Hey, hello and welcome everybody. It's Tuesday the 5th and we're into our new year. And I think this is my first live stream, my first hangout of the new year, I believe. And I've got a few people with me that have joined in early, and we're live on YouTube and on my Facebook group and other. If you're watching and you'd like to join in, there's a link there for StreamYard. You can join in. I'll be streaming anywhere from 2 to 4 hours. So let me bring the guys in and we'll start chatting away. Hey, Matt, Michael.
Hey,
how you guys?
Hello.
Yeah.
Hey, Kenny Briggs, we got in chat. Richard Pryor, Dominic, hello. Anybody else that's watching on, let's see, we got one person on Facebook. Oh, that's Michael on Facebook. Well, we got 9 people on 3D Printing. Yeah, 9 people on YouTube watching and 3 on Facebook. So if you guys have any comments or anybody on screen wants to talk about anything, you know, the floor is yours. Whatever you want to talk about. Oh, and here's Liam, Astro Printer. Hey, Liam.
Hi, Liam.
Hey, guys, how are you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I've been doing some more testing with the 3DQ infinite printer, automated printer system thing. It's really good. I'm surprised at how good the bed is. They won't tell me what it's made of because it's proprietary and everything else. But I actually haven't had any beds detach, any prints detach for lack of adhesion. And there's nothing on it. There's no glue. There's no painter's tape. There's no Captain or hairspray or anything like that. The only issue I'm having at the moment is one the devs are trying to fix, which is that if you try to print something relatively large, or large for an Ender 3 anyway, it seems like it's having a bandwidth issue where like the print is it's like printing a little bit and then pausing. Like
Pi's had that problem. No, there is a problem. There's a known problem with the Pi, and it's buffering of the data to the main board.
Yeah.
And it buffers and it pauses and it leaves zits on the surface. It was seen because of these zits. So there is a known issue with Pi, and the way if your board can take it, you can up the buffering on the board in the firmware.
So that's something they're going to have to do anyway. The devs are in the process of sorting it out. To be fair to them, I initially reported it on I mean, when I'm saying large, I mean like it was like an 85 meg file. So it's not large. Do you know what I mean? It was just bigger than a calibration cube kind of thing.
Yeah, but it's a known issue with Raspberry Pis.
I had a problem with the Pi 3 like 3 years ago on all my Pis, or actually 2 out of like 5. And I had to put a fan on them, and I put a cooling fan on them because I was having different weird issues with them printing.
Well, the Pi 3s, even the Pi 4s had problems with overheating a little bit, but they did new firmware to fix that.
So this is a 4. So I was surprised.
What version, though? Is a 4 2 gig, 4 gig, 8 gig? Which one?
It is a 4 gig.
Okay, well, but it's not that. It's the memory buffer of the printers that's filling up. And it uses up the buffer of G-code. And then it waits for the Pi to send it the next batch of commands so it continue printing again.
Here, Brian Baker is an authority on a lot of things, so we got a comment on the screen there from Brian.
You're limiting the bandwidth even with high speed. There's no additional processes.
Brian's from the first layer.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That does help, but also there's a buffer change you can do, so it sends data it can buffer more data. That actually helps on the Pis as well.
As in, and we're talking a Marlin. We're talking talking about Marlin change there? Or
You're
talking
talking
about change?
about doing it in ideally in modern. That's if the main processor of the board can take that. If it's an 8-bit
Well,
board,
so
it can't.
yeah, it's not the 8-bit board that we're doing it on. It is
Then they should be able to do it.
it's the 4.271, which is a 32, I think, isn't it?
Yeah,
Is it
but it
a
depends.
brand new board?
But the weird thing about Creality is they do 32-bit boards, but they do 32-bit boards with low amounts of memory, rather than overpower the memory, which it's cheap enough to do. They put in the bare minimum, and you could be still running into those issues with the amount of memory on those boards. So, like they run 256K of memory rather than 512 or 1 gig or whatever, or 1 meg or whatever. There's a whole option on the amount of memory you can put in there, and they choose the lowest common denominator. They go way down there.
I added another table to my workout area. I moved a rack and a few things, and I built it in place. I basically built the rectangles outside the framework, and I had to carry it in since I couldn't build it and bring it in the house. So
Cool.
now I have to organize it, but now I can keep all my tools and stuff not crammed on one shelf, piled on top of each other, try to separate everything out and see what I got.
Nice.
Did you have 3 filament changes in that Mando helmet?
Well, originally I had yes, I had a problem with the base. I printed about 2 inches and I had a layer shift. The nozzle kept catching a certain part of the print, so I threw it in the garbage. I printed a coarse blue, and then I ran out of blue, so I got the roll of the over there. You see, and then but it had like 2 inches to go. I had another shift. It's like, oh my god! So I had to stop the print and anyway, and then drop it. I put the model in S3D, dropped it through the bed, guesstimated it, and then I got the guesstimation off a little bit. So I had to go out in the garage and I grabbed my peanut grinder, which I have a sanding wheel on it for like sanding rebar or steel. And then I had to burn part of it down and get it to line up, and then I re-glued it on. So
yeah,
anyway.
You're right, Brian, about running it off the SD card is better. Even if you use an Octoprint, you load your image to the SD card and then play it off the SD card. That is a better fix because it buffers on the card then instead.
So the problem that I'm having at the moment is they're not using Octoprint. So they've made their own sort of cloud-based Q software, which is fine. The UI is a little basic at the moment because it's still sort of early dev stuff. But it means that every time they want to change something, they've not got the benefit of a community to support them. They're having to go back to their internal dev team and sort of reinvent the wheel every time. So,
well, the way to fix it because they're using a cloud-based slicing system is
you slice it. Sorry, all the cloud does is it's a cloud management software. So they're not slicing it on there, but the G code goes onto the machine, goes onto the Pi, and then the Pi sort of prints it.
Yeah, so they should buffer off then on the Pi. They should execute a local cache and buffer there, rather than buffering somewhere else. Because then you have high-speed access to the local micro SD card. It'll be way better and more efficient.
Right. Well, I've got a call with their devs tomorrow anyway, so I'll pick it up with them and figure out where they are with it. It's about the only thing so far that I've found is an issue, to be honest. Everything else has been working really nicely. It's an interesting system, to be honest. I think it's going to be really useful for a lot of people, but they just need to get to that point where it's actually plug and play, and you're not having to fiddle about with it and everything else.
Yeah. Matt, what have you been up to?
Well, I've been doing a few things. I've been printing the Global 3D project, and
Test print.
Nice.
I'm really proud of it. So I have some other ideas what I want to use later once the project is finished. And yeah, I'm printing one lithophane out right now. I'm having some difficulties with one of my printers. And every time I make a calibration cube, it's fine. I made a small one first. It came out beautiful. And then I made a bigger one. It came out nice too. And but when I started printing a lithophane on it, I had getting the layer shift in it, and I don't know. Oh, it's driving me nuts. And I first fixed the belt. It was a little bit loose. That fixed my problem first. Then the cubes all came out really nicely, and now I just think it might be something wrong with the lithophane program itself, or with most likely Cura, I think it is. And yeah.
If Cura's giving you a problem, go back a version.
Okay, go.
Go back one version
Yeah.
and try the previous version.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I have
Maybe
the
that'll eliminate Cura.
4.6. Yeah, let me my cubes. Hold on a second.
Yeah, my sister did the Ancestry.com thing a while back, and all my life I thought I had certain blood in me, but I guess I was wrong. I'm 34% Scottish, 31% English, 26% German, 5% Welsh, and 4% Norwegian. So I guess I got some Viking in me.
Do you know what that means?
What?
All of that? It means we're all mutts because we're a mixture of everything.
Yeah.
Everybody's a mutt from somewhere, yes.
Yep.
But my last name is German, but I don't speak German. I know like one word.
No.
We won't
You
ask
can
which
Deutsch
word.
gehen,
We
wenn du
won't.
willst.
Everyone else you put away. It's
Donka.
guaranteed it's going to be a swear word.
This is public. We won't ask which word.
Yeah, I was going to let Viking know when he popped in, Maker Viking. Hey, I got some Viking in me, Viking. And it wasn't from jail.
I don't want to go there.
Yeah. No, we don't talk about that on the channel, but I thought
No, we don't.
So this
Yeah,
is
my-
what I talked about, my Creation Cube. I mean, they came out really nice.
Mm.
You know.
But then you're having the shift issue. So
Yeah.
what speed are you printing out on the lithophone?
40.
Oh wow. Okay, that's slow.
35 to 40. So yeah, I know.
So what orientation are you? Because Liam, you were saying the other day that it's better to print a lithophane front to back.
On the y-axis for the bed movement, and he does that.
Oh, he does. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it must be a mechanical issue.
Yeah.
It's either it could be over extrusion. It could be so he had to get calipers. He doesn't have calipers, so he's going to get some. So he can go off and calibrate his X, Y, Z, and D to make sure he's getting dimensional accuracy. Because if you're over extruding, you'll get Z banding, right? You'll get Z banding from loose cables. You'll get Z bandings from loose wheels. You'll get Z banding if your print table, your print bed wobbles, right? And there's about 8 or 10 things that can cause Z banding, and he says everything's tightened up. So if it's all tight, chances are then something's not calibrated right, and you probably need to do an XYZE calibration and like move it, put it. Then like for X, Y, and Z, you put a pin on your hot end, a needle just above the bed, and put down masking tape on your bed. Where the needle is, mark it. Tell it to move X 100 millimeters. It moves 100. Mark it. Measure with the calipers. If it's 100, you're good. If it's more than 100 or less, you can fix that with a bit of math. Same for Y. You do the exact same thing. And for Z, you put your ruler on the Z and it'll lift up.
Yeah.
Michael, Honey Badger, what have you been up to? We haven't talked to you yet.
I've been printing this for Ragnarok model, which has been the single most complicated thing I have ever had to put together.
Wow.
Like, it literally makes no sense. There's 14 parts to the base, and it weren't until I got to part 12 that I actually got worked out how two pieces went together.
Huh. Is that off Gambody?
No, it's not. It's from a Patreon.
It's wicked.
What one was it from, James? Wicked. That's it.
Yeah.
And there's loads of lightning in it and stuff like that. So the lightning, it's been a week to print. Because if I show you, it's like it's like 15 pieces like this.
Wow.
All different directions. all different thicknesses.
Hey, Dominic.
And what it doesn't do is tell you where all that different lightning goes. It says it's for the arm. It doesn't tell you where on the arm it goes.
Hello, Gary.
So I've got the last piece on now, and then hopefully I'll be able to work out how this thing actually goes together because it's driving me insane.
Welcome, Dominic. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, Dominic.
Uh-oh.
But I did get some new paints today, actually.
What kind? What'd you buy?
Scale 75.
Okay.
So
Not familiar with it.
I think, do you know Green Stuff World paints? So Green Stuff World is a Spanish company. They seem to be the one paint company that continuously come out with new products that no one else has done. Like they do one which is a spider serum. You put it in an airbrush, you blow it, and it blows cobwebs over everything.
Oh,
okay.
Proper cobwebs.
Cool.
It's unbelievable. And they've just like the list of paints they've got is phenomenal. But there's another company, again, based in the same area, which I think is probably the same company, which is Scale 75. Scale 75 tend to do looks to me like they do the paints that go with very specific games and stuff like that. But I've got, today I had come through Human Set. Which gives you like instructions, and it gives you all the different colours and how you do it, and also the black and white set,
Oh, cool.
which is basically 8 different variants of black to white. So that if you want, it shows you how you can actually paint a model as black and white.
All right.
But that'd be something to try, because I did previously have a large order coming from Green Stuff World. But as you probably hear, we're going through Brexit at the minute. Well, it finished like a week ago. I placed my order with Green Stuff World on like the 15th of December. When they shipped it out, it was okay. But between getting from Spain to France shut the borders for all cargo and everything. So it couldn't get through the border. So it was returned back to them, and they just refunded me all the money.
Wow.
Which was a pain because it was like 2.5 weeks after I ordered it, and I was expecting it to turn up any day. And it was all stuff I'd ordered specifically for something I'm doing.
This is not about painting, but I ordered vape juice 3.5 weeks ago, and I'm still waiting on it for this. And I contacted the company. I said, obviously, USPS has lost my order. Send me another $55 bottle. And they said, yes, we will. So hopefully I'll have it in 2 days. So, yeah.
And hopefully the first one will turn up as well.
And then on ZYLTECH, like 2 months ago, in the beginning of November on ZYLTECH, I won this little doohickey. You can put your camera on, it tracks you when you walk around the room. They only sell for $40 or $50, but it was cool that I won one. And I messaged the company, and I just asked them the other day, where's my tracking number? I haven't seen it. Oh, I'm sorry. We gave it to some other Jerry in Nevada. We sent him too. Okay, whatever. So that'll be coming at some point.
Wow.
Sorry, they just picked a random Jerry. They thought, well, there can't be 2 Jerrys in Nevada, so
Yeah.
they just went back to the first Jerry we can find, and he
You know,
must be the right one.
Years ago, I went to an Amazon place where you try to get a job with Amazon. I was going to see if I would qualify. And believe it or not, I met another Jerry Knapp, and I was shocked. He didn't seem to give a shit, but I was shocked when I met somebody with the same name as me. You know, Jerry Knapp, Knapp. I've never met anybody that had the
now
same.
you know who has it.
Yeah, he didn't look like me. And he was
Well,
a lot younger.
Actually, when I was younger, when I went to college, in my class, there was only like 23 of us. And there was a Michael Webb, another Michael Webb, and an Alan Webb, all in the same class.
Wow. What was the name of that paint company? Gary T.
So
wants to know.
Green Stuff World is I think is the sort of parent company. 5 tend to aim their paint sets and everything at specific tabletop games. So like Green Stuff World, they've got whole sets of the color shift paints, and they really do color shift. Like they change ridiculous degrees of color just when
Wow.
you're turning a model round. Some of the others do whole lines of metallic colored paints. So like you get like metallic silver, they do that in every color. They do all the ink washes, and they do loads of different sets as well, like flesh tones and leather, rust and metal and all that sort of stuff. Their selection is brilliant, and they do a lot of the they do a lot of the scenery as well. So like on that tree beard I did, they do all the moss and the flocking and all of that sort of stuff. But it is a really good company. It's just it does when you order it is usually sort of 2 weeks for us in the UK to get it, so probably longer for yous. But to be honest,
Liam?
Now that I'm back to work, I won't be doing much during the week. It'll be mostly evenings and weekends. But I've been doing my K40 running on a Raspberry Pi, and it works great. So I'm running K40 Whisperer on a Raspberry Pi. I'm running on a P3, but I'm going to change it to a P4 because there's a bit of lag, and there's no lag talking to the printer to the laser. The lag is when you're trying to slice stuff. It takes a little bit longer because it's got less memory, it's got less processor power. So I'll replace it with a Pi 4 8 gig, and that should eliminate any performance issues I have. And so and then I also set up a Pi camera on it. So I'm going to mount. I still haven't decided where to mount the camera, but I'm going to mount the Pi camera inside the case of my laser, of my CO2 laser. So then I can actually watch what the laser is doing while I'm not in the same room as it. Because it's in the room next door to me. So I'll get that probably finished off this weekend. But this week or this weekend. But I also plan to add a higher throughput extractor fan on it, because the one that's on it is okay, but there's not as much air draw as I'd like.
Yeah. Hey, Brian.
Hey, how's it going, Jerry?
Pretty good.
Happy New Year.
Yeah. Liam, on mine, obviously the fan that's on it don't have enough power, but like that picture I sent you, I put that other one in line down by the wall.
Yeah, I done the same.
And when I burn wood and I sit right here, I can tell I'm burning wood, but there's no smoke, but I can tell that I'm burning. So.
Yeah, it's the same for me, but if I can put in a high enough, like a 300
I think
higher air pressure throughput fan.
Yeah.
The amount of that's escaping, there's even when it's burning, when it's cutting, there'll be less smoke build up in the enclosure, so it'll actually whisk it away immediately. That means there's going to be less chance or way less burn smell around it, because it will actually extract it before it even gets near the exits.
Dominic, I don't see that. I checked my Facebook messages. I don't see a message that from you on your formula for vape juice. Brian, what have you been up to?
Mostly tweaking the big Voron style machine I've been working on. You know, I made an elementary mistake in the past weeks and mistakenly assumed my nozzle was a 0.6 again. First time I assumed it was a 0.8 and determined it was a 0.6. This time I determined it wasn't 0.6. It was actually a 0.4, and I was just really good at calibrating a 0.6 or a 0.4 as a 0.6. So. So that was a bit of fun. So the machine's just slowly crawling away downstairs. Not too much. I just got actually an Anycubic Photon in today for a friend, and so I'm trying some different resins for her before handing it off to her. Otherwise, it's just another new year. New content coming, you know the drill.
Yeah. I've been busy scheduling talks as well on my channel. I'm booked out now for the next 5 weeks.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, all new donations that I get in for the next month or so are going to go towards buying a Crucial Mini.
Oh, nice.
They're $369, $49 shipping, a total $418.13. So once I get enough donations to everybody on PayPal, then I'll order one. That way, there'll be more content for the channel, more videos. But I think it takes around 2 months to get them, I believe.
Yeah, he's got a lead time of 7 to 9 weeks, between 7 and 9 weeks.
we did a video on the Prussian Mini clone, the ZYLTECH one.
Yeah, I watched that.
Oh, it's hot garbage. Oh, I hate it. It's
they're all-
well, you say that. So we've got the ZYLTECH Mark III clone, and we've got and my stock one is fantastic, and with Mike we did a bear upgrade, and that's also fantastic. But yeah, the Prussian Mini clone is garbage, absolute garbage. I wouldn't buy that again.
Yeah, I have no Prusa's anything. All of mine are. I have everybody else's. I don't have
Prussia's too rich for my taste there.
Well, yeah. I can't, like, for the price that you pay for Prusa, and I know they're good machines and they're well tested and they're very stable. But guys, I can buy a bigger printer for that, and I do a lot of large prints, so I do larger volume is what I'm looking for, and the Prusa Mini is small.
And it's a lot of money for something that's a relatively small print bed.
Yeah.
It really is, yeah.
I want it just for the fact of, hey, I got a Prusa and I can do videos.
Yeah.
Obviously,
that's fair.
That reason we got one.
Yeah.
I'm just too
I
busy
mean, it's a good
making
company,
nightmare fuel
so-
here, so.
Good 40, I think most of it.
Is that you?
Yeah, that's me.
Oh, cool.
I rapided this off on my machine in Pet G, so it just looks like utter trash. Almost makes me look like a chicken, you know, with the little things all over my skin there. And the supports has been a nightmare.
I'll be honest, it looks like plaster cast.
Almost, yeah.
It looks like the
Actually,
You know, it's a good size.
yeah, it's pretty life size. Yeah.
You know, my camera's almost identified as me, but I had to use a toque with this scanner because a
Well-
lot of these ones we see coming on the market are infrared based, so they're not picking up any kind of hair. Even my brown, with all the light, doesn't see it. The beard, it struggles with.
You're not going to want to hear this, but if you ever you paint it up to look real pretty and you ever get tired of it, you can always donate it to your local prison.
Oh, that's just me. That's just me.
actually, a couple of years ago, a friend of ours at 3D Filer Print scanned me. That's little Mike.
Oh, that's awesome.
Let me
That's
see
a
that.
good.
Hold on. Oh, cool.
Cool.
That's nice. Yeah, I went to the CES show a few years ago and they had a scanner, but it wasn't what I expected. But yeah, I would love to get scanned somewhere.
Yeah, this
like
one,
that.
this one's nice because, as I said, it fit perfectly. So,
Wow.
so like, you know, for cosplay stuff, and you know, if I have a helmet in here, I know it'll fit my head.
Yeah.
So-
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen the video on that one scanner they're talking about that won't scan black hair. And I made a comment, take a powder puff and powder puff everything and now scan yourself. You'll be all white.
Yes.
But the scan might work.
That is it is the same scanner as that. You know, I've been working with Richard on trying to get a review out for it because there were a lot of technical hiccups with it when it first got started. The biggest bummer is we don't have the Android app yet, so we can't review that aspect of scanning on the go, which was a big feature of this. But you know, the PC side, it's pretty good. Gary T, I guess I can say it now. I think our review's coming up this week. It's the Revo Point Pop.
Right.
Yeah, you know, honestly,
I really want to try one of the Xbox scanner, one of the Xbox
Connect.
Connect ones.
it's not very
Okay.
good.
No, well, I mean, it's like what 2005 technology, so it's not really.
Well, no, the problem is the resolution of the depth scan is not very good, and so especially if you're trying to do a full body one, you're going to be working for quite a while. And the Xbox One version, there is no aftermarket software that supports it, only the Microsoft
Connect,
SDK.
I think it was what I used. The guy did the video on it a few years ago.
Yeah, I tried it with Connect. Connect still will not support the Xbox One Connect. They'll only support the Xbox 360 Connect.
Yeah, I have a 360
Now,
on the Lucas. I need to buy the adapter to run into my PC.
Yeah, like that.
Yeah,
I
I
just
thought
on
the
mine.
Xbox Connect.
Yeah, I bought one at a thrift store. I ordered the adapter off of eBay or Amazon,
Yeah,
and
they're
I
cheap
tinkered
enough
with
now.
it a few years ago. But yeah, it'd be cool to get something. And the one I think Brian's talking about, they're around $250 or so. They're under $300.
Yeah, it's micro size. I guess I can show it to you there because they actually have a decent USB connector on the darn thing. So I have it attached to my own Joby here, but it's got an infrared projector and then it has two sensors on either side. So it does a little bit of a different depth scanning method. The scans are good. The software is fine. The video quality or the photo quality that comes out of it is actually surprisingly not that bad. But What I was looking for on the market is something that scans small details, and they claimed some like 0.3 millimeters. I couldn't do it with any of my figures. I even went and threw them in a
There's a
bag of baking
company-
soda, shake them up. Couldn't do it. So
There's a company called, let me find their website. Trunk, THRUNK 3D. They're a Chinese company. They do, they have a custom built 3D scanner, a desktop 3D scanner designed for doing small stuff like jewelry.
okay,
And
'cause
it's even on a vise. So what it, you clamp your part into it, it rotates it, and it even tilts it and takes images while it's in tilted. And what it does is it creates in the top part of it, it creates bare layers. Okay,
yeah.
and images to create shadow to get depth. But it does rotate it for you, and they
Oh,
have
yeah.
so that then they're designed for really tiny pieces like jewelry components.
Yeah, because and this one does come with a turntable, but I found it just wasn't doing what it
Yeah,
needed
it
to. But
wouldn't-
if you're looking for body scan stuff, it's pretty awesome. I remember, what was it, about 5-6 years ago, where you'd go to a maker trade show and some poor guy hooked up 150 Raspberry Pis for a simultaneous photo for photogrammetry, and the quality that came out of those was just trash.
I went to one at CES a few years ago, and it was a scanning app with a lot of advertisement. It pops up on my phone only. I can't download it. I got my hands out like this, but I can put myself on a table on the kitchen counter. I just look at it with my phone. I'll pop myself up, and it looks like me, but I haven't found a way to pull that image out to print it. So I don't think
It's
I can.
augmented reality is what they've done. They created an augmented reality map.
Okay.
It's just like half a mesh. If you were to load it into a piece of software, it would kind of look like those old movies where they had a hologram and they pan the camera around, and you see it's just kind of like a front angled
It's
sort of
hollow.
thing. So you'd have to fill in all the meshes, and that's the big problem with this stuff is filling in meshes.
Yeah.
Now people don't understand STLs are not even defining a solid mesh. It just defines a bunch of triangles, and the software hopes it gets it right. So.
Yeah.
Like the model that Michael had, I've seen some videos, and I'm sure you guys have too, where they got like 100 cameras set up in a room. You walk in there, and it films you from every possible angle, prints out a really cool little statue. Well, you got to go print it and paint it, but yeah, really cool.
Yeah,
little
there's
statue.
one in London that does that.
Yeah.
You can do it with handheld laser scanners today. A handheld laser scanner will do the depth. It will do very precise measurement.
That little model of me that was done with
someone.
that little model of me was done with a handheld scanner.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just need to come
pretty
down in
good.
price. I think one of the Creality has a good one that's an Android base, but I think it goes for about 1,900 Canadian. It's just not worth it for me.
Oh.
All right.
It's one of those things where you've got to have a material reason to own it. Someone put up on one of the groups today, and it's it's basically a CNC machine they've stuck a pen on, and then they call it an automatic handwriting machine.
Oof.
Which, okay, fine. If you've really got a genuine need to write something, I don't know, over and over again, but you need a pen, not a printer, fine. But that's a niche use case.
There's a perfect use case. Every student can use it for, I will not talk in class. I will not talk in class.
Right?
They can all just
Like
mute
Simpson.
Zoom now and talk as much as they like. It's easy.
Well, the technology's been there for 10 years. What was it? Who was it over in the UK that got arrested there that he was signing books over in America remotely using one of those machines? Remember that? I'm trying to remember who it
An
was.
auto pen.
Which is what we were
Yeah, it was-
talking about. I said one of the big uses for them is people forging autographs.
Yeah,
My
exactly.
sister used to collect autographs,
just
and she was
literally-
really into.
Forging it on photographs and things like that.
I had an autograph. My sister wrote John Glenn, I think it was, years ago, because she collected autographs. He mailed her back an autograph years ago that was his signature, came from his house. And years later, my sister framed it, and I wound up selling it on eBay with a plaque and everything for like $700. Come to find out, that was an auto pen. That wasn't a real signature, even though he mailed it to her. He didn't sign it. He had a gizmo do it for him. So, of course, they didn't get their money back, and I got it back, and we just ripped it up and destroyed it. But, yeah, I mean, I screamed up and down and argued that was from him. Yeah, it was from him, but he didn't actually sign it. He had a device that signed it for him.
Soval sell a pen plotter today. You can buy it for $150, and
Oh,
it
yeah.
will do that for you.
Mm-hmm.
You
The
know,
challenge
don't
is
be wrong.
recording
If,
it,
if
right?
it's a legitimate use case for it, fine, I guess. I just know I don't know. Like I can't think of. I guess you could make it. You could put fabric pens in it, I guess, and then it would do like. Then you stick a T-shirt down that you'd have to like staple to a table, and I guess it would then like you could make it do stuff like that.
Zolan the other day was talking about an inexpensive wireless headset that he uses. I'm going to try it. It's only like $40-something. It's very small, but when I do my next video, I'm going to try this versus having this mic up in there to try to hear me, or having my lapel on with a cord that I step on a lot.
Yeah,
So I'll give this a shot.
I've got one of these Fines I've had for a while, just as a wireless lav there, and it doesn't do the headset part, but you know they're like $20-$30 on Amazon. They do a fine job.
I have a wireless lab set as well.
This one's real small.
Can you send me a link?
You want a link for this one? Okay.
Yeah, both of them, if you guys have, from Brian and Jerry.
Yeah, it's sold on Amazon. It's a like FIFINE. I can't remember the exact model number here. Let me look it up here.
Thank you.
They make a whole bunch of dirt cheap microphone stuff. So if you're just getting started,
As long as they work and they are good quality, then why not? You know. I mean, I have right now a 140-pound headset on, and you guys can barely hear me, and I'm like, damn. You know?
Yeah, a lavalier makes it much easier because it's designed to pick up any ambient sound.
Here's the one right here.
Go ahead,
I'll
Jerry.
put it in the chat. Here's one that I just bought. That's not an affiliate link. I don't want to screw with going and getting a link and shortening it and all that junk. But here's the one on Amazon I just bought. It's only like $45.
I provided the Amazon Canada link in our private chat. I don't know if anyone has that as a value to their links, but up here in Canada, everything's expensive. So,
okay, I'll copy and repaste it.
All right. So on the topic of 3D printing, I've been designing something lately because I was actually shocked that there is no STL out there for it. And I apologize for the print quality and the fact that it's backwards because I did it in quite a rush.
Oh, a thingy.
Oh, there is one.
Yeah, there is.
There is one on the NASA website.
I went through the NASA website. All I could find was one that was just like an image of the circle. It didn't actually have the depth on it. So I'm going to be.
It did.
Yeah, I'm going to be, obviously I printed it backwards here, and my bed lifted thus all of this gross stuff over here, but I'm going to buff it down. This was gold silk PLA, and then I'm just going to give it a metallic gold finish there and mount it behind me.
Cool.
For those of you who don't know, this is the golden record that flew aboard, that's currently still above on Voyager 1 spacecraft, and later on was used in the Transformers Beast Wars, and known as the golden disc that told the future of humans. So yeah, it's just something I have as a neat feature in the background. I just was shocked that I couldn't find any ones on Thingiverse or anything out there. But
let me have a look. I bet there is one out there.
Don't Tesla have a car up there in space with a fake astronaut floating around somewhere?
They do, yes. The Roadster is out there, correct.
Wouldn't that be cool to find that and bring it back and you could claim it? Well, it was just floating around. Now it's mine.
Yeah, I don't know what the International Space Treaty is for ownership of stuff up there now, right?
There is no ownership. They're not allowed to own stuff in space.
So what if China goes to a planet and they claim it? They say, "Well, I'm the first one here. It's ours." I mean, who can tell them no?
It was well, it was what, the 1960s. What was that show just recently, Space Force on Netflix with Steve Carell? And it's the same sort of thing. And the Americans, they launched their satellite. And they're all celebrating. They look at the telescope, and then this other Chinese one comes up with two grabbers and just cuts off the solar panels and flies away.
Yeah,
it's
property in space, there's a whole legal thing around it. But nobody can own anything on another planet. You cannot own another planet. You cannot land there first and claim it's yours, and nobody else can go there.
Who made up that law? The U.S. or the bunch?
It's an internationally agreement amongst all the countries of the world, and they came up with the agreement that you do not own stuff like. In orbit, if you have a satellite, it's yours because you built it, you bought it, you paid for it.
Yeah.
But you can't lay claim to land or anything like that in space. It's not allowed.
Until the first
piracy?
country colonized somewhere.
Yeah.
Well, we're heading there right now.
Colonized somewhere, that'll go out the window.
Yeah. Here we go. Yeah.
But we're heading there now. But you can say you own your property's on there, but you can't say you own the land around you.
Yeah, this
It's
treaty was
actually
signed in
illegal.
1967. All exploration and use of outer space shall be carried out for the benefit and in the interests of all countries, and shall be the province of all mankind.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. And then
So what happens
when
if
we
you're a space
discovered life
pirate?
from somewhere else, and they show up and they say,
You're a
"Well, that's already
space
ours.
pirate.
You can't go to the moon. That's ours." So I don't know. Anyway.
Well, yeah, there is an international space treaty that covers all of that.
So here's a question like that, but different. Let's say, for example, we finally master the technology to mine comets, right?
Yeah.
If we start bringing the stuff from comets to Earth,
Mm-hmm.
isn't that like a serious problem? Like if you mined, I don't know, let's say you mined 2,000 or 200,000 tons of steel from a passing asteroid, and you suddenly, because everything at the moment that's on the Earth, even if you burn it or whatever, I know you spread it around or whatever, but essentially it's still here. It just now is in the form of a car rather than being where it was when you found it.
Yeah.
You suddenly add like 200,000 tons of stuff to the Earth.
It's nothing. That'd be like adding a feather to to a truck.
Basically, the way of looking at it is whatever you bring in, it's going to take a ridiculous amount of time for it to become profitable. And if you think about anything that would be of value, let's say gold, let's say diamonds, right? If there was some artificial value, the volume in which you would want to bring back would actually devalue the actual equities. So,
I know. You also take into account the costs of actually doing so. Would it be viable to do so? So they're not talking about bringing stuff like that back. They're talking about harvesting it and using it out there, which makes it sustainable living, right? Because to actually get to go there, harvest, return it back to Earth, like the cost of that is excuse the term, but it's astronomical, right?
yes.
Literally, like so there's no financially viable way of doing it to be cost effective.
Yeah, Kenny Briggs, when I bought this mic here, Richard from the First Layer recommended it to me. It's like $125. This one I have here that's plugged into my USB. And the reason I wanted to go cheap on that is I'm broke right now and I didn't have a lot of money. And somebody else says, "Hey, it works good." So for $45, I'm willing to give it a shot instead of automatically throwing over 200 at it like most of the people that stream that do videos that already bought one. That's why I figured I'll just give it a shot for 45
Now, Jerry, are you feeding that in via USB? Because I think I see an XLR hookup there that you're not running.
There's a USB and there's a plug on the back, which I don't know what to do with it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I haven't looked into that, Mike, because I do all XLR, right? I got my Super 55. This is an Aston Stealth or something ridiculous.
Yeah,
But I'm an audio guy, so...
3 connectors, it's round. I have no idea what to do with that.
Okay, so for those of you who ever want to get into YouTubing, when you get into professional audio realm, that's called XLR. It's a 3-wire mic interface, and even though it's mono, it's designed to create a differential to reduce noise. So on the back of mine here, you can see that cable running out there. It can provide power in certain circumstances. So this microphone, you might be able to see it's glowing purple. It's got some powered components, and so it gets fed a 48-volt feed there called phantom power. Now, what you get after that is you hook it up into a device called an audio interface, and they can look something like this. So this guy here, it's got USB 2.0, and you can see it's got a boatload of inputs, gauges, and all that. What it allows you to do is adjust your audio levels and add features such as audio gating, which cuts off the audio below a certain audio level, compression, so if it gets too loud, it pulls the maximum audio level down so it doesn't peak as hard, and all sorts of fancy features. But basically, it comes down to it's high fidelity audio that's used in the professional world, and you can get started with this for about $200 to $300 with a decent mic, such as a SM. I think they're SM4Bs are the expensive ones. SM57, which is not a powered microphone, or you can go for the powered ones, which basically, as you get up close, you can get quite sensual with it. So it's just an audio thing there. As you increase your production values, you can always, audio is not usually something that people skimp out on. My video setup is not very complicated. It's a what is this camera? I recently bought it. It's a some kind of camcorder. attached to a mic cable and fed into the PC from a capture device. And then my lighting consists of Costco under-counter lighting and a couple of newer LED lights I just picked up the other week to kind of even out my face.
All right.
That's my boring spiel.
That one you just showed me is not hooked up. Is that an old one or something?
Which one there? The
The audio interface that was on the floor.
Oh, the Focusrite here. This module here.
Is that an old one you're not using, or what's up?
Yeah, it's just having a couple of power issues. This one there, where it was flaking out a little bit, so I upgraded to one that's entirely USB powered. The one I bought is called the Motu M2, and that's I think that's about 200 Canadian. But honestly, most people would go for the Roland UR22, which just has a single mic input, I believe, on that one. And then of course your XLR cables, you can get them on Amazon or Prime Cables or any of those places for a couple bucks a pop. Given your setup though, Jerry, with the USB, I think you won't notice any audio fidelity difference. It's more so if you want to tie in multiple mics and do your mixing. And I don't know if the cord is long enough on this guy, probably not right now, but I've just got a little meter so I can tell if it's peaking out. I can adjust my gains, at the microphone level here, for instance, bring it up or pull it back down, things like that.
All right.
Looks.
Oh, by the way, Dominic, what you said.
I use the microphone on my webcam.
I mean, I did up my production value. That's what happens when you get busy with YouTube. And me being a camera fanatic, I like to upgrade my gear just because I can.
People complain for years on a lot of my videos. We can't hear you. You're not talking loud enough. And I've done videos where this mic is just positioned up in the air and I'm walking away from it. And of course, my volume drops. And then I have a lapel mic, but I don't want to step on the cord, which I got to run under my shirt. So I figured with this cheap one here, instead of spending $200 I don't have, I'll try this, see how it works, and go from there. I tape all my videos with OBS, and then I play them back. I check to make sure it played okay, and then I'll retape that segment, the beginning or whatever, and then run with it.
Basically, if there's one takeaway I can give you, any kind of mic like this or like my other one here that I got, you want to be at all times within 12 to 24 inches from it. The further you get away, the more it distorts. It just starts going to crap. Audio fidelity doesn't really matter, especially with how we produce YouTube content. So the lav mics is usually good enough. You just have to know to adjust it and listen back to it to make sure it's at a good level before you start. And that's what bit us a few times.
Well, you can check that by speaking it into it, and in your camera, plug in a headset and listen to yourself talking.
Yes.
Through the camera, and that way then you can actually tune it to get it to where you need it to be before you start recording.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And this mic here is directional, so if I turn it sideways, it'll hear that speaker and I'll get feedback, and you guys will hear it. And then we'll be doing what we always do. Hey, somebody's running YouTube, or
It's very difficult to get a good omnidirectional mic in this style because they are meant for isolating your surroundings. So, with printers beside me and stuff like that, a directional mic will definitely help isolate that out, but it's a big balancing process. So if you're okay, if you don't have a lot of background noise, these lav mics, they work great.
Yeah, I use a lav mic when I'm doing recording, and it works great. I use here for when I'm streaming like this at my desk or for work meetings. I use the Blue Snowball.
Yes,
they're a good little desktop mic. They got really good audio quality.
They're getting pricey though.
Can I say hello to somebody?
Like 300.
Sure.
Jerry. Hey, Rita, how are you?
Say it again. We didn't hear you.
I said, hey, Rita, how are you?
Yeah. Welcome.
I'm gonna talk to you later.
All right.
She just she's watching too, so
okay.
She's interested in it. So.
Can I go back to one question that Dominic mentioned earlier on?
Sure.
Dominic, what you said is not the best way to bring it back. He said about bringing it back is to let it re-enter the atmosphere. That will not work. You will lose 80% of it on re-entry. It will sublimate or vaporize. So unless it's all steel or iron core, you'll still lose a lot of it. So it's not the right way to do it. You need to bring it in slowly, carefully, and it costs money to do it that way.
God forbid we go back to ceramic tiles too, eh?
Yeah. No, they're not going to do that. Now, SpaceX is something completely new. And
No,
space
that-
is kind of cool.
Well, they got the right idea, right? Is you reduce the surface area on the entry and then you flip to a belly flop. I am first and foremost super excited for
They're
serial
going to do
number
another
9 to
this week.
fly.
They're talking about doing another launch again this week.
In
This
25
week.
to 30 years, we're going to teleport to space, and then we'll take off from there.
They've actually teleported one molecule successfully. Scientists have actually moved a molecule from point A to point B. Now, to teleport a person needs
From
multiple
London, I think.
to track it. But they've actually done one molecule.
I think all the sci-fi stuff we've ever seen, and everybody says, "Oh, that's not possible." I think everything is possible. We just haven't figured it out yet, and it may not happen in our lifetime. But I think anything you can imagine is possible, including time travel. We just haven't got there yet. Haven't figured it out.
Yeah,
I don't think it's possible
What's
for
up?
William Shatner to have sex with that many aliens. I don't think
Our
it is.
DNA
I
is
think
out
it's
there.
realistic that every alien species that he came across was like, no, I'm going to find William Shatner attractive.
Yeah.
You know, I remember a few years back when we were talking about quantum computing and, you know, how they went from like 1 qubit calculations to 8 to 32. And it's kind of, went a bit quiet on that, but that's basically what it is. Teleportation is these qubit translation states where they seamlessly electrons appear in other places. And I think they're going to be, you know, now that the medical research is going to slow down again a bit, I think they're going to put money back into that and start doing the quantum again.
There's a new project I just acquired from a friend of mine. Got a very good deal on it.
It's amazing.
Project indeed.
Have you put anything back together with it yet, or are you still trying to figure out the electronics and stuff?
No, I'm rebuilding his S5, and because the S5 has a ribbon cable that attaches to the box, he wanted me to do some certain work to his S5 with a different board. He said he'd give me back the CR10 box for working on it, but the CR10 box has a ribbon cable going up to the hot end and all the extrusions. So basically, I pulled it back off his, put it back on mine that I got one hell of a good deal on, and now I've got to rebuild his. So I've got a lot of work to do on his S5.
Yeah, I'd run from that ribbon cable as fast as possible.
Well, for now, I've got it all back together, but yeah. Because it is
Ribbon
something
cables
that
can
I
be
can just
good.
buy parts on Amazon and fix.
I'm sorry, Jerry. Yeah, so ribbon cables can be good, depending if they're made out of a really stiff, hard plastic or not.
Mm-hmm.
If the
and that's what we've
plastic
seen,
part,
they're all garbage.
it work hardens. It work hardens and gets brittle when it's been moving. Whereas the softer stuff won't do that. The silicone covered ones is actually better.
Yeah, this is a black ribbon cable. It's fairly thick, heavy duty plastic.
Yeah, they're the ones that work harden.
Yeah, it's like a strap you would have for a bag or camera strap. It kind of feels like a camera strap.
Yeah, the problem with those ones, Jerry, is the brittleness of them. Since the shell doesn't like to flex much, and I've noticed this with a lot of them, is number one, they tend to wear if there's any kind of hinge points. Hey, Matt.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Not a lot.
Yeah,
Also,
that's
Michael, I saw you're my secret brother.
So what have you been up to, Matt?
You know, I got workbenches full of shit, but otherwise, now I'm trying to play catch up. Hopefully, everybody had a good Christmas and New Year's.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
As good as could be over here.
Didn't do anything exciting.
We were up north.
Jack, how you doing?
What's up?
James, I am loving that Batmobile.
Let's see. Let me get you full screen here.
That brings back some memories.
Oh, that looks great.
Yeah.
Cool.
Brilliant.
Nice.
Do the wheels
So I've
roll?
still got the windows to do. Still got the windows to do.
Cool.
These are actually spring loaded, just like the toy was.
Nice.
Okay. And then these open and they've got back discs in them and stuff. It's the new file from Gambody. Nice Michael King.
What is that? 200%?
Yeah, that sounds about right. That's what we always
Okay.
end up doing. Yeah, I'm doing the. I'm working on all the windows and the light housings and things, and trying to. So I'm printing them in clear resin. The problem I have is that whenever I print in my clear resin, it yellows all the time. It doesn't matter whether I don't cure it. It doesn't matter whether I. So I did the clear coating trick. I cured it in water. I've tried 50 different ways.
Here's the trick with that: is So you finish your print, you dump it in your alcohol bath, and then you throw it in your UV. When you're done, if
You're breaking up.
for a little, how about now? Is that better?
Yeah,
That's better. Yeah.
Yeah.
Look for, hang on real quick.
Liam, are you okay? You look kind of bummed out today.
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just tired.
Okay.
And my week has just started. I have a lot.
Kind of look like somebody kicked your dog, you know. You kind of look like you're.
No, nobody kicks my dog because she just bite him.
So
Good.
have a hunt on Amazon. You can get a set of like these kind of tools, and it's just a little silicone head on the tip of it. But what I'll do is I'll take a little bit of my clear resin, and when you buy a kit of these, it comes with little silicone cups too. Pour just a little bit of it in that, and then just a little bit goes a long way. Dip it in, and lightly put a fresh coat of clear over it. Don't rinse it. Just put it under UV. It'll totally clear up the yellow.
Okay, I've been trying. Where are we? I've been trying to put some of the Plasticoats clear on the top, and that helped. It did make a difference, but I noticed that after about 2 or 3 days, because I was waiting for other stuff to dry and I was doing other stuff, so I hadn't installed any of the glass yet. After about 2-3 days of it just sitting, not even in the sunlight, it had yellowed, and it wasn't really an issue for the headlights and things because they can have LEDs blasting out of them. So if they're a bit yellow, they're a bit yellow. You know, I should imagine the real back of the field is probably a bit yellow by now. But on the windows, it was a bit. Oh, that's not really good enough.
Here's one thing to consider. I haven't actually tried it, so your mileage may vary. But if you think about what causes the yellowing and where else you encounter yellowing as a result of the same cause, the first thing I would go to is buy yourself a headlight renewal kit and use the rubbing compound in there or the polishing compound to apply a surface coat across it to protect your, basically act as a UV filter layer. And because it's designed for clear, transparent pass-throughs, you're not going to have your thing change color, right? You know, they got all these other kits with resin fills for like windshield. But, you know, go to your local auto shop and pick up something like, you know, Plastic X, Cleaner and Polish, something like that. It's going to be super cheap.
I haven't used the Plastic X, but I've used both the store-bought headlight revitalizer thing that you buff on. That didn't work, and then I actually tried the toothpaste trick.
Will that work on clear resin if it's already yellowed? Will that work? Will that clear it up?
No, because unless you sand it down, because that's what these kits do, is you sand off the UV deteriorated layer, and then you apply this clear coat as a UV protectant and a surface hardener. You can also get, I think I've been getting like these H10 hardness kits or whatever. That's just a very thin layer of epoxy that goes and sharpens them up. But it's cheap enough to try. That's the big thing. Unfortunately, we actually found out today there's actually a major shortage of clear resins in Canada, so there's not much we can get right now.
Hey, Lama.
So we can't test.
You guys are talking about the headlight stuff.
Oh,
this is basically the same crap, and it's about 1/10 the price.
That's good to know.
It's glass top stove cleaner.
Mm-hmm.
I use it. I've got you could probably, I don't know if you can see it up there, but I use it on. I got a bunch of solar powered Christmas lights. You know, those cheapo things you can buy on Amazon.
Yeah.
And I've had it for years. Some of them are, well, there's a roll of them. Well, you can't see the roll, but after like 2 or 3 years out in the sun, they start yellowing. Rub it down with this, the yellow comes right off.
The other option you could do is, why don't you just get really thin acrylic and 3D print the part, and then heat the acrylic and vacuum it over the plastic and cut it out.
To be honest with you, I'm leaning more towards anyway. I've actually got some old FEP sheets that I'm not using, so I may even just use FEP sheet.
I don't know if a FEP will work because I don't think it will actually form. But if you get a super really like 2 millimeter acrylic, you warm it with a torch and then vacuum it.
FEP is not a thermoplastic, and that's the key ingredient to that. But I'll tell you, James, if you do, and this same goes for you, Michael, I'm looking forward to seeing your next project because I keep my finger on that pulse. But
It's not massive.
Yeah, you finally hit that limit. I'd like to say that's where I'm at right now.
Let me go through everybody as they came in. But Matt, Nicholas, what have you been working on?
What you got to realise as well is in. Go on.
You can fit it through the door.
You ask
Show
him
us
and he
everything
runs
behind
away.
you. Yeah.
Yeah, I try to spotlight everybody that drops in and hangs out and see what they got going on.
Yeah, I'll be honest. The only reason I hopped in is because Matt was on. I haven't seen him in forever.
Oh yeah, that's what you're doing.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh yeah, you're doing the Panzerhunds. Yeah,
That's
yeah.
like 300%. I think I done mine at 150, but that's like 300, I bet.
Beautiful.
Yeah, this thing's a beast. The front two paws are done, and I'm 2/3 of the way through the front half of the body. So this thing's going to be going for.
Is that for a customer or for you?
Oh, it's for shits and giggles project.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Awesome. That one's from Sanix, I believe, right? Like mine is?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, Sanix, I don't think he's not been dropping much lately, has he?
No, he
No,
has.
he's been dropping a lot on his Patreon though. So,
is he?
so
Okay.
he's got a Patreon now, and I think he's sort of he's holding back models so that his Patreon goes out for 2-3 months, and then.
I want to support these guys, but I swear to God, like the Patreons are starting to turn into like, Netflix and at $10 a month, and I'm like, yeah, no, I can't do it, guys. Like I'd love to, but I just can't.
Yeah,
What I'm
there's,
printing at the minute, I'm doing this 100%, and I felt ashamed when I put it on the printer.
Oh, that looks awesome, Jerry. Is that
Here's
in
a small
silver?
version. I did this
Yeah,
a couple years ago.
That's
I
clean.
bought a
I love it.
rusting kit. Well, I'm going to rust it whenever I paint it, which I don't know when that's going to happen. You know how I am. I don't ever paint nothing. But anyway, yes, it's going to be awesome when you get it done.
But yeah, I'll tell you, for you guys that do a lot of models, whether they're spaceships, whether they're anything that's going to require windows, I tell you, man, after using it on Ecto, the DT2 by Vacuform is the deal. You can make your bucks quick and dirty out of ABS, Vacuform them, and it's just done.
The problem with over here in the UK,
though,
though, is we have much smaller spaces than used to over in
That DT2, it's the same size as a desktop paper printer. It's got.
No, I think we mean to store our printers. Like half of mine are about to go down the shop. So we've got a 3D printing
Ooh,
shop.
like the man here with a shop.
Like the Warwick
not our
truck.
shop.
The Warwick truck, that's going down our local shop as soon as we can.
Yeah, it's not our shop.
Lockdown. It's just because where that Warwick is, in that same space, I could fit another 6 models.
Yeah.
And as it is at the minute, I've got nowhere to put any others, and I've got one that I'm waiting to do some electronics on, and I've got one I'm just finishing printing.
IKEA shelves, man, every 12 inches, mathematically, just make it squeeze in. You'll make it work.
That's a hell of a first world problem there too, because I got to admit, like I'm sucking for benchtop space for the moment. Everything is coated. It's either coated in tools or piles of electronics or shit in progress, and I'm to that point where it's about time to just shut the printers down and finish some shit.
Yeah.
My problem is places to put my printers.
Yeah.
Now everything I model, I give away most of it. I donate it. I give it away. I print small pieces for myself, stuff like the rockets and so on behind me. But I have more printers coming. I don't know where to put them. I had to do reviews and all this kind of stuff of those as well. And like Gary's got lots of workspace.
You see that where it says Jerry's Projects? I'm thinking about putting a shelf between there and the window. I told my wife I can put 3 or 4 more printers up there.
Yep.
I'll tell you
How'd that
what
go
the trick
over?
is, Jerry. You gotta buy cube printers, whether they're Core XY or just the regular Cartesian. They do take up less room. A good example behind me here, if we go to the wide shot, this is my 6 printers. I'm working on this old MakerBot. I'm retrofitting that one. I've got an Ender 3, which goes all the way to the top because of the real space. And then I have to take all that pan distance. The Ender 5 up there takes up about 2/3 of the space of what an Ender 3 would. And then I've got CR10s, which the beds have to swing out way in front of me here. So,
Yeah.
you know, and when I had the CR10 S5, the whole reason I converted it to a Voron style is because that bed, when it goes back and forth, you need well over a meter of space in front of
I've
you
got the
basically
same
to make it
problem.
work.
I've got an S4, and my bench is a right angle. So the
now
S4 has to go
it's all
right on
kind
the
of framed
corner.
into itself there. And, you know, being a Core XY, the thing that makes it a Voron, which makes it really neat, is the XY there actually raises up. The bed does not move because the bed is a 5mm aluminum bed that weighs about 30, 40 pounds. So I've kept the center of gravity at the bottom of the machine. So it's a stable brick. And yes, I did put a silicon heater on that.
Well, by the way, Jerry, Matt
Yeah.
said he had to drop out. He has internet connection problems, so he had to drop off.
All right. Well, thank you very
Yeah,
much for joining us, Matt.
I sold a printer so that I could put this somewhere, because all the everything that's on it, and,
Wow.
and I just literally I sold a printer just so I go, right, well, this is where this will go now.
Well, I was gonna say what you gotta do.
Shelf space.
Yeah, I donate mine. I donate my review machines to schools.
Yeah, we try to do donations with ours too. Unfortunately, with the current lockdown situation up here, we can't give anything to anybody, truth be told.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
yeah. But James, what you should do with that is, oh, go ahead, Matt.
I'd like to do a shelf setup like that, but I think I'd like to have them on pull-out slides, and so at least that way when you have to do things, you're not trying to just pull it out. You can just slide it on out, do your bits, slide it back on in.
As long as you bolted your shelving to the wall, you could do that, because otherwise it'll be top heavy and end up on top of you.
But to bolt it in place and then cantilever them out for working on them.
Yeah,
So
anybody watching, please like the video. Give me a thumbs up. I'd appreciate it. Like, subscribe, ring the bell. I've got like 4 more people, and then I'll hit 2,000 subscribers.
Give Jerry some love here. If EdTech can get 25,000 in a year, we can get this well over 10.
Yeah, it'd be awesome. Yeah, the more content that's why I said I need to get more printers, more equipment. I've got a Prusa mini fund. Anybody wants to donate through PayPal, I'm going to put all money starting today that I get until I can come up with $419. I'll order a Prusa mini. That'll be more videos.
Well, Jerry, I'm 5 short of reaching 200.
All right. Anybody here, you're welcome to the channel. Plug yourself all you want. That's what this is all about. We're all here to help each other and however we can.
Oh,
Whether we're wrong or not, plug away.
Do you know who followed me today? Who subscribed? Lulzbot subscribed to me today.
Oh, there's a company I haven't thought of
I'm
in a
coming
long
up,
time.
and actually, I have their president has agreed to do an interview with me on my channel. So I'm planning that for February.
Oh,
There's only
fantastic.
6 people who works there now, isn't he?
Yeah.
The other 4 are cleaners. Just one guy working on a single machine they've been building for ages.
Yeah. So he's
Zach, what have you been working on? I think you need a comb, but other than that,
Oh yeah, I wore a hat at work all day today.
all right.
So I got a funny to start out. I've got this problem. I really wanted to play with some large nozzle sizes on my my string-driven printer, and I don't feel like spending the money on it. But I had a bunch of old volcano nozzles.
You work hockey them, didn't you?
You're trying to cut them down.
Working on it
Wow.
Jesus.
with a hand file.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say with a hacksaw, all it takes is persistence, but that's just awesome.
Dude, this hand file is just eating through it.
Hey, Zach, do yourself a favor. Don't use doors in your house anymore. Just get the smallest spoon you have in the kitchen drawer and just dig yourself tunnels from room to room.
Hey, Zach,
Yeah.
these things are like $50.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, I don't have $50 right now.
How's that job going?
I don't feel like leaving the house to go get one.
Yeah.
Aren't
And
those
I'll
brass
get one of
nozzles,
these
like-
over an actual the Bosch / Dremels. This absolutely smokes it. The only better than this is the Milwaukee one.
Have you
Have
seen
you
I don't
ever
know if you
found
see it on
any
camera, but I've got a
Dremels?
scar right there from one.
Oh,
Llama? Have you seen the new Works one? It's a 20-volt battery jam in with a speed control on it, and then just a wired whip. I tell you, I've been using that sucker for the last few days now. It's the bee's knees.
Yeah.
I am shocked at this battery technology. I was actually helping someone
God, yes.
try and source a snowblower the other day up here, and there's now a company that's dropping 2 5-amp-hour 56-volt batteries on this thing and says it runs for 5 hours with a 40-minute quick charge. I'm like, how can you get that level of torque? Now, admittedly, we live in powder country, so the snow that blows up here is not too bad. I actually picked up a Snow Joe for $200 and just plowed through it 18 inches the other day there. But it's still, the torque you can get on these battery products now is just disgusting.
Electric motors have way more torque than gas.
Hey, Mama.
Torque.
I have a generic Dremel and I have cutting wheels. Those things, those little wafers, are paper thin, and you just barely bump them on anything and they blow apart.
Yep.
Yeah.
There's a secret to that.
Make sure you wear eye protection, or just
Yeah.
swap them with the glass wheels.
We had snow 2 years ago.
That happened once, right?
Yeah, that was a terrible day. I didn't like that at all.
This is-
Oh, Zach made it another centimeter.
Millimeter.
Now, who's going to tell him the hard part about actually leveling off that nozzle bed so the PTFE liner doesn't shit itself?
No, this is why. I gotta get it lined up because this is going on a mosquito, but there's no PTFE anywhere near it.
You got a mosquito, but you're.
It's called shipping times, my friend. And
Okay,
it's called, I don't want
which
to
country are you located in?
The country of Virginia.
This is the one thing that I actually
Amazon?
buy Dremel. They have these new snapping in ones. You
Ooh.
buy the head and you get like a dozen of these discs,
Yeah.
and it just snaps together. And of course, I don't have my glasses, so I can't see.
Oh.
what the heck it's going on.
Cool.
It just snaps into place, and you replace them. And they're about twice as thick as those normal wafers, and they're way tougher.
Yeah,
I-
because a normal wafer, they break, and you got to get out the little screwdriver and unscrew it and put a new one in, then you break it.
No, because this just snaps on. I don't have my glasses on, so here.
Yeah, Jerry, the best thing you can do is take
Just
all the
push it on there.
just throw them in the garbage, man.
Yeah,
Right. And those are Dremel brand, right?
yeah. This is a Dremel brand. It's the
But
only
the
one
big,
that I think does
would
it.
go into a
Right.
standard chuck, I assume.
Of course, I can't see even with my glasses. on. I can't. But it
Jerry?
just snaps on. But this wheel right here cut the hinge pin on the door to my van.
Wow.
Wow.
Well,
Without
how many do you have to go through? Probably quite a few, I bet.
This is the one. This is it.
No,
It zipped right through it.
Because I've got a peanut grinder with many wheels,
Yeah.
stuff, but
I got a regular grinder, but you can't get the grinder into the door where the hinge pin broke.
okay.
We don't have to do that in the UK. If you just leave your van unattended for 5 minutes, someone will break into it for you.
pretty
no.
much. Yeah, I was going to say
It
the same
wasn't
thing
breaking
here.
into it. The hinge pin on the Chevy. That's the one thing I hate about this van. The hinge pin.
Oh, Chevy, all you got to do is wait long enough, and it'll just break on its own.
No, that's a Ford.
Jerry,
Actually, last year in the
Yeah,
UK,
it just snaps into place.
some guy was arrested because he was an electrician and he was fed up with his van being broke into and everything nicked. So he wired it up with like 240 volt.
I saw that.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that.
He got in a lot of trouble for that. The police
Yeah,
went
he
round.
did get in a bit of trouble, yeah.
Yeah,
The
so
police went round and they actually said like, yeah, you can't wire up your van because you'll kill someone. He said, well, then stop people breaking into my van and I won't have to.
Yep.
yeah, we have the same problems up here. There's actually a bicycle, not a motorbike, but a bicycle theft ring in Calgary. And last year,
Oh,
they had
that's
some
all over
amazing.
London.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
had
it's
this
all
amazing.
over London, that is.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
What were you saying, bro?
Tom, David Petzel's spring bed, he sent me down, has that, I think it's, what is it, Lexan coating on it?
Yep.
I thought that it had a plastic covering. I wanted to get rid of the bubbles, which evidently it doesn't have
Oh,
a
no.
plastic sheet on it.
Oh,
I printed a lattice cube on it on my
Yeah.
Sierra Kingston, broke down for like 2 months, and that bottom came out just like glass. It's like
Yeah.
perfectly smooth, clear plastic. It looks just
Oh,
like
yeah.
the bottom.
Dude, I tried Lexan years ago. I actually it's funny because I'm getting a new computer tomorrow. So I'm like backing up everything and going through all my backup files and blah, blah, blah. I found my old Lexan movie where I took a movie of it on my old, which I don't have anymore, my old printer, and I put the Lexan sheet on it. Everyone's like, well, just lay it on there and use everyone used to use the like computer like little tab fabric, and you just sit it on there, and you didn't need the clips then. And I'm like, you got to clip the leg stand. And they're like, why? And I heated it up, and I did a freaking time lapse, and you just watch the leg stand go.
When I was building my hypercube, I bought some online on eBay. They're white. I think it's Lexan. It's white sheets. They're real thin, but I've never tried them. So I remember you're talking about them curling, but I've never tried them.
Don't use PLA on that. That was PETG or something, right?
On this, I use on David's PLA. Yeah.
You put PLA on that?
Yeah.
And it didn't like glue itself to it?
No, printed fine. When it cooled down, it just flipped it right off. Yeah, no problem.
Did you put some of that nano polymer on it or something?
No, not at all.
Really?
Yeah.
Because every time I've used it with PLA, it like literally glues to it, and you got to like take a chisel and pound it with a hammer to get it off.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Lexan too.
Yeah, the one that I used here, no, I printed that and it came right off. Matter of fact, I filmed me taking it off with a cell phone. I picked it up and I kind of tweaked it, and it fell right off. I filmed it just so I could show Dave in case he wanted to know my progress on it. So I taped it. Yeah,
just a little bit of PLA when I was. This was literally leveling it to the bed, setting the height, and the hot nozzle came down and hit it with a little bit of PLA on it and stuck to it.
Huh. No, I didn't have I had a bed mat on there from TH3D that I took off that already had the magnet. So I didn't have to re-level anything with his sensor. I just
you got to set the height.
I didn't have. I was already fine when I took that one off and put this one on. I just done an auto level and I checked it. And I was going to baby step the first layer, and it was already perfect.
That's cool.
So,
I'm going to tell you guys right now.
Thinner than like a standard build pack TH3D PEI. That should be a little bit thinner.
And I replaced the Meanwhile power supply. I don't know if anybody's ever heard of a Meanwhile going out. But on my one CR10 that I replaced the board in, it was acting like the MOSFET was bad. I was trying to heat up the bed. It was like taking forever, and it was barely moving. It's like, what the hell? So I went out, got on Amazon, ordered another MOSFET, put that in it. It didn't solve it. So I took out the power supply. I put a generic one back in it that I got from ZYLTECH years ago, and it started heating right up. But I noticed when the Meanwhile attempted to heat, my screen was pulsating, and it was taking forever. Yes. But as soon as I replaced it, it worked fine.
Right. So now, how are you going to get that freaking face all smooth so it'll actually seal?
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Now he's going to pull out the emery board and just start.
Yeah,
but you got to get that like perfectly square and smooth.
The outdoor wet and dry paper is what he'll be doing.
That's some 1200 grit.
Jerry, I was gonna say for the flex sheets, man, this energetic is the best sheet I have ever bought. I bought these direct from China. They're not that cheap, $35-40. You can see all my fingerprints galore on this side because it does give you a smooth side option or the textured side there.
Yeah.
And when you got these ones here, especially with PLA, you do have to get the bed up to 60 degrees. Like the PLA won't even stick to it until you get that bed up to 60. But when you get it there, it sticks almost as if you hard glued it on there. And then if you do wait to let it cool down, because a lot of people jump and just pop it off right away. But if you wait to hear it cool down, you'll actually hear a big bang, and you'll hear the PLA pop off the bed, and you can literally almost blow the print right off with your own breath.
That's because of the heat differential. It actually it contracts. And the plastic doesn't contract as much. It causes them to separate. Yeah.
Mine from TH3D, they're textured on one side, and the other side has smooth PEI. At 60 degrees, I realized I couldn't get anything to stick. My PETG wouldn't stick on it, so I had to crank up the bed. What was it? Oh, no. I was having trouble with PLA on the textured side, so I had to crank the temperature up.
Okay, here's the thing with the dual-sided beds. You really shouldn't do it. For one, especially if you're using like I got and you got, and where the magnets, like the Prusa, it's not so big a deal because you got the solid magnets everywhere. But if you're using the magnet sheet for the magnet and you're flipping that bed upside down over and over and over, you're going to get crap that you didn't clean off the bed the last time onto that magnet. And the next thing you know, your sheet's going to start bubbling, and it's not something you can't fix. I mean, you just clean the thing and everything's fine. But if you keep doing that, you can get crap embedded in your magnet. It's a really, really bad idea to double side up.
After every print, I use IPA and I get it glass smooth like brand new before I do the next print.
IPA doesn't take the plastic off.
Pictures online.
You actually need the best combo is a good over-the-counter degreaser followed by IPA. That's what I've found at least. Is
Yeah.
because
I use orange
IPA
clean.
will not get your finger grease off, and especially when even with the ones like this, you can see how shiny it is naturally. If I rub my finger across it, it's not as visible as this side, right? So a lot of people who have surface tension bed adhesion, it's probably because they print in the same spot and they get their fingers in there and they rub across it a few times, and then all of a sudden it bubbles up because of course the grease warms up, and it can be
Orange Clean. Is that Orange Clean? You can get it at any, at least here in the States, you can get it at any hardware, Home Depot, Lowe's. It's like $5 for a gallon of it. I water it down. I actually mix it with IPA, like 1/3 IPA, 2/3 the Orange Clean, and wipe stuff down with it. I used to use it to strip car parts and mountain bike parts. I used to use it to strip my
A drop
mountain
of vinegar and water will actually lift the grease marks off it too, because vinegar is a degreaser.
Yep.
Drop of white vinegar with some water, or even just white vinegar on its own, and that'll clean down any steel surface and get all the grease marks off it. You don't have
window cleaner will get most of the grease marks off.
Windex will do it too.
You need to IPA it after because the window cleaner will leave a residue of its own on
What
there.
was that movie? My Big Fat Greek Wedding, when the dad's answered everything was sprayed with Windex, wasn't it?
Oh, I don't know. Never saw the movie. Not my style.
You get a cut, you spray it with Windex. That was his answer for everything.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that was that. That was my Big Fat Greek Wedding. Yeah.
Yeah.
Never
There's
saw
a lot
it.
of contaminants. I use Simple Green because I'm also using that for my my resin prints for cleaning there. Simple Green and IPA combo works really well for stripping down the non-water washable stuff. And it's, a gallon jug is like $3 or something at Home Depot. It's disgustingly cheap and it's super high concentrate, so you can thin it out a bit.
Do you use, when you're doing your resins, do you use your Simple Green in a
in the wash,
not splitting wash, or do you use the Sonic resin?
I'm not using it in a Sonic right now because they're extremely expensive there. Hey, Richard. This is what happens when I decide to stop working for a few hours. But,
he came to harass you.
Yeah, probably. But when I'm dealing with Simple Green right now, I'm only using it in the Anycubic clean and cure machine. I did have an ultrasonic, but it was a really poor quality one. It was extremely annoying. It was pissing off everybody in the house, so I gave it away to a friend, and I just go in there with a toothbrush and I scrub the models off when submerged, give it a couple loop passes, and then cure it.
Yeah, I use an ultrasonic, and what I do is I fill it about 2/3, maybe halfway up with water, and I put the Simple Green in a Ziploc bag.
Yes.
And I put my part in the Ziploc bag and seal it. That way, then it cleans it off, and the stuff I'm getting rid of, is in the bag, and I don't have to clean my Sonic cleaner because it gets full of that Simple Green gunk. It'll dry out.
Simple Green, but
my ultrasonic cleaner is just for cleaning my hairbrush.
Yeah, if I recall, wasn't it Joel that didn't Joel nearly set fire to one, or was that?
Yeah, I ordered a new resin printer. I don't know when they're going to send it, but I got a frozen Mighty coming.
Oh, nice.
Beginning of December, I ordered it.
Is that one of the?
Hey, we got somebody else here. Who is this?
By the way, guys, share this thing. Jerry needs a handful of more subscribers to reach 2,000.
Yeah, I'm almost 2,000 if you haven't subbed to me.
I got to get a hold of you, Davey Dave. We got to sit down and do your idea maker thing because I actually have a pretty good idea what it is.
Hello, David. How you doing, David Petzel?
We can't hear you. You're too far away from your mic or something, Dave.
Dave overcome with his best friend himself.
Yeah, Matt was in earlier, and he wanted to ask David Petzel about a certain type of pet spang or something for his printer, but Matt's already left. Unless you're in chat, Matt's still watching. David just popped in. And someday when you get mic, you'll be able to hear him talk. Oh, there we go.
Can you hear me?
Now, yeah.
I hear you now.
Okay, who'd we lose?
Zach.
Hey, Richard, how you doing? Can't hear you.
You routed the wrong mic, Richard. Come on, buddy. Come on.
Richard scolded
me. I'm gonna keep hassling you. This is what happens. This is usually the first 15 minutes before our show is us cursing at each other with lips.
Barely.
little bit.
Barely.
Too low.
Barely. Way too low. Need
Ramp
to
up the
key it
volume.
up a little.
No.
Brian was talking about mixers earlier, so I think that's what Richard's doing, is turning the volume up somewhere.
Yeah, it's just the routing, because I don't think we normally when we do our live show, I broadcast myself over to Richard and then he pushes it out from there. But for the web browser side, I think it requires a different mic input. Our setups are too complex. I'll show you guys something cool though that I picked up from our local electronic recyclers over the past week, and I'm setting up right now. This is a Box Render Pro PC from roughly about 2012. I think it sold for about 10 grand at the time, but it's got 12 core, 28 or 24 threads, 16 gigs of RAM, and I just put a 1 terabyte SSD in it, and it's all remotely manageable. So I'm going to be using this for a lot of my video editing coming up. You can see I got one of those super cheap HDMI dongles, the video capture ones here. And I've had it running the past 24 hours, and it hasn't crashed once. And these dongles are now $20 on Amazon for the 1080p 30, and I think like 40 for a 1080p 60. So
What'd you end up paying for it?
SSD is what broke the bank on that bill.
actually, no. The computer itself cost me $200 Canadian, and the SSD was on sale for $125 Canadian.
Hey, thank God for holiday sales. Right on.
Right.
You know, talking to SSDs, if anybody's looking for a medium or small one at 256, they're $28 for a 256 SSD right now at maxsales.com.
Is it just me, or do I look at a 256 and shrug my shoulders and go, "Why bother? Why even make it? I need more."
It is a little small, but
even a terabyte
for 28
It has
bucks,
more storage than that.
it's $28.
This
I've
has
always
more
said-
storage than that.
I've always said 256 gig is the minimum you should have for your operating system drive, especially with Windows 10 being as hungry as it is these days. There was a time where I was running Windows 10 on 32 gig eMMC partitions, so you know, for if you have a regular hard drive, yeah, I'd pick that up and just mirror my C drive over, because
I'm just using it for a drag and drop. I mean, it's an SSD for $28. I'm using it for like a drag and drop backup. It's where I throw files to keep them off my main drive, and then like once a month I just gut it all and throw them all away, or put them on a major backup somewhere else.
How's your mic, Richard?
It's a fast transfer unit for freaking $28.
Can you turn it up?
I did turn it up. Can you
No,
not?
go to StreamYard.
A little bit.
Oh yeah, Richard. Yeah,
Let me see if
StreamYard
I
has
can
this new
crank it
setting
up
for
and
audio gain. I had to bump mine to 152%.
Really?
Actually, Jerry, you can do it for him.
I'm gonna do it right here. Hold on.
Yeah. Oh, like
Okay.
SSDs.
Just start talking, Richard. Jerry can do it for
I
you.
use those to boot my Raspberry Pis.
Try it now,
Yeah.
Richard. How you doing?
How are you guys doing?
There
It's
we
a little
go.
better.
Much better.
You didn't even go a little
Richard,
higher.
what have you been up to? What's going on?
Oh, wow. Where do I start? Well, you guys saw all the pictures of the Mando helmet I was working on the Mingda Rock 3. There's a little bit of fine tuning I have to do on that printer because it is banding. It's got a few banding issues, but a little bit of tightening here and a little bit of tweaking there. I was running it, in all honesty, a little bit faster than I normally do. I was up around 70 millimeters per second on that one, which is almost double what I normally do. And other than that, it's been trying to get new content put together for this Saturday. Tomorrow's a major recording day, so I'll be behind the mic and behind the camera here for probably a good 5 hours just getting recording done.
Wow.
We got a brand new.
What do you think of the Mingda printers?
What do I think of the what?
The Mingda printer.
I love the Mingda printers. This is my second one now. And I got to tell you, I really like the printers. I think they do really well. Out of the box, they're just easy to put together. The documentation is always really good, and they just work.
That's my saying. They just work.
I haven't used any of them. That's why I was wondering, because I've been chatting with the guys there, but I'm just wondering what other people thought of it, because I haven't seen. There's not an awful lot of reviews out there about them.
If you saw our build on it, 2 Saturdays ago, Brian?
Day after, it was 27th, I think.
Yeah, if you saw our build on it, there were a couple of things that I think are a little sketchy, but and one is that magnetic bed. I hate the magnet to magnet beds. I think they're garbage.
Oh, they
I've
are.
never
They're
liked them
garbage.
since I was introduced to them on the Ender 3.
Yeah, those really
And-
flimsy things. I don't like those.
Yeah,
You're just talking about the flippy bed. The actual
Yeah.
bed itself is all
they never
just
line up.
car magnet.
They're like a giant fridge magnet. And
Yeah.
at the end of the day, they just don't line up right. And once you get into higher temperatures, like if you need an 80 or 100 degree bed, then you've got a problem because it's just going to slip, right? It's going to lose all that magnetic property.
Yeah, the Curie effect. Yeah.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, I think they should have gone with something a little bit more rigid. But, you know, as far as the printer goes, I did need to do a firmware upgrade on it right out of the box because they had just released some new firmware for it. So I did a firmware upgrade on it. I think all the newer ones will start coming with the firmware upgrade. But at the end of the day, I got nothing to complain about when it comes to that particular printer. The helmet turned out great. There's Brian's head and Jerry's helmet. I did a Boba Fett style helmet without the dent because I'm going to paint it up in a specific way. So I want to do something just a little bit different. But at the end of the day, Mingda, I think, is one of those up and coming brands, just like Creality was when they started to hit the market. Mingda, you got to remember, was more of an industrial 3D printer company before they became a consumer 3D printer company. So they've got years of experience behind them. So, and the price point, you can't really beat the price point on some of their printers.
Yeah. Yeah, well, 8,000 more subscribers. Maybe they'll send me one to review, but the one with the dual heads, I would love to review that, but I don't want to be, I can't afford to buy one, so I'll have to wait until I can get one.
Gotcha.
Yeah, a lot of them now, when it comes to reviews, they're all looking for 10,000 subscribers or more.
Yeah, at least.
It all depends who the channel is. It all depends on the person in the
That's
channel
true.
and how popular they are, too.
You know, at the end of the day, it's not how many subscribers you have, it's how many views you get.
Yeah.
And
Actually, no. They actually base it all off now on subscriber numbers only. Like I get a lot of views on my channel.
Yeah.
I don't have I'm just under 200 subscribers, but I get an awful lot of views on YouTube and Facebook.
Yeah.
They want subscriber numbers.
really,
Yeah.
Yeah.
On
It's always
Facebook, I've got over 5,000 members on Facebook, and as most of you know, I've been all over social media for 4 years now, so I'm like everywhere. And every model I have behind me, I used to post every stage of those models as I printed them on like 10 to 15 groups every single week. And I don't do that anymore, but I used to constantly posting pictures here, there, and everywhere. And anyway,
Gary, you started your channel just shortly after we started our channel, didn't you?
yeah. Yeah. I met you when you was on Sanix way back when you first started. I met you on Sanix's channel.
Yeah.
Been a long time. Seems like a long time.
I'm
Probably
going to have to
3
go,
years.
guys, because I've got an early start tomorrow morning.
All right. Thank you very much for doing, Mike. I really appreciate it. You're always welcome. And keep up the great work. And everybody go over to Honey Badger 3D Print on YouTube and subscribe to them.
Catch us
Take
later.
care, Mike.
Take
Yeah,
care.
bye.
Thank you.
Like I average about 3,000 views in a month for on the channel, right? Minimum. And still, they're not. They actually only want subscriber numbers, and I get 15,000 on Facebook.
Richard and Brian, you have over what, 25 or 30, right? Something?
No, we're at just under 24,000 now,
Okay.
subscribers. But at the end of the day, our view count per month, if you looked at our view count per month, we're up around 20,000 views a month.
So when you look at those metrics, though, like how does, just out of curiosity, just because it's something that drives me bonkers when I look at the metrics, because YouTube does such a great job of giving you
Oh yeah,
broad
absolutely.
spectrum metrics.
Oh, they give you more data than you ever possibly could use.
Good
Yeah.
news. What is your average, like, view duration before, like, they watch X amount and then they just drop off? Like, how many people are actually watching all the way to the end of that video?
Yeah.
There
Ours
are,
is- ours is,
That's
it
a big
depends on
part.
the video drastically. So
You have two
if
things you want to be concerned about when it comes to YouTube metrics: your click-through rate, or
Thank you,
your
Kenny.
CTR, and your average view duration. Those are the things that most companies that are going to start sending you products are concerned about.
Yeah.
So my click-through rate, we averaged the top 10 videos from 2020, and our click-through rate was about 6.7%, and that's pretty low. We want to be over that 7. If we can get over 10, that's even better. And on average, people watched our videos for about 7 minutes before, kicking off. Or, the other thing I found out recently is that when people skip through your video, you don't get a full count for the length of that video. You get for what they actually watched.
Yeah.
And they'll put all that together. So if you've got a 20-minute video and Joe Blow decided he's going to catch the beginning, there was something he wanted in the middle, and he didn't care about the end, well, that little bit of beginning and that little bit of middle that he watched is all the view count that you're going to get.
Yeah,
time.
Like I see other YouTubers where they may be touching on 2, 3, 4 topics, and they take the time to actually put in time slots for it so that you can view to exactly what you're interested in. And
that's actually a new feature in YouTube.
And I go, that's great for the audience member, but man, that hurts your own stats. Like it's.
It doesn't, because people will come back and watch more later because of that.
What's cool about a live stream, I know Lama was talking about having separate channels, but you never know who's going to talk about water, who's going to drop in during the video. And if 30 or 40 people watch this now, next week it'll be up to 150 to 200. And as my channel grows, more people will come back and watch it, because you never know who's going to drop in. And then my thumbnail tomorrow, I'll go through my video and I'll try to catch one with like everybody in it and are doing something or whatever, and then that'll be my thumbnail. So
thumbnails are very important. What I recently learned, I was in a class on Saturday, a 4-hour class on YouTube and setting up YouTube for 2021. And at the end of what they were saying, the bottom line is keep your videos this year short. You want to be in that 7 to 15 minute range, whereas we were typically going 15 to 20 minutes or even longer. The shorter the video in that range of 7 to 15 minutes, the more watch time you're going to get. Because we live in an era of COVID, there's so much to consume online. There's way more than there ever was before to consume now that everybody's home. They can make content.
Yeah.
And Joe with the beagle down the street can make content about his dog pooping on the lawn, and people are going to watch.
Yeah.
It was really interesting to look at content length versus the subscriber age gap. Where I would have thought for sure that like 20 minutes or 20 minutes plus would be the older generation, and it's actually proven to be the exact opposite. Where if it's under 10 minutes, I get the 40 plussers, and if it's 20 minutes plus, then I'm tending to get the 20 to 30 year old range on average. It's really interesting to kind of start putting that kind of psychology to it to try to figure out.
Here's how my brain works. Let me interrupt for a minute. You're talking about the dog pooping on the yard and somebody down the street made it. Here's the first thing that popped into my head. Run in the garage, you get a can of Freon for your car and a hose, you freeze it, and then you pick it up out of the grass, and it doesn't stain anything, and you pick it up in one clump. Anyway.
There's a great video idea right there.
Freeze it and throw it away.
There you go.
That way you go to scrape it up, it don't smear everywhere.
They're like summertime snowballs.
Hey, we got another guest coming in. We got a whatever he is, a raccoon dude. Hey, Ron.
Hey.
Ron.
The minute you said raccoon dude, we knew who it was.
Yeah.
We knew who it was.
Spot the raccoon.
Pretty much.
From the FBI, you got a raccoon instead of you.
I'm still technically on the work clock, and so I'm sitting at my other desk. I've been babysitting a VMware consultant for almost the whole day.
Oh, what fun!
Yeah, my son just went back to work yesterday. He got a job in IT at the Venetian, so he gets paid for 8. He works 7, and they give you an hour lunch break, and they feed you. So that's a pretty cool deal.
Nice.
Work 7 for 8, take an hour lunch, and they pay you. So anyway, he just started that.
Can
He's
you guys
working.
hear the fans in my TiVo?
Nope.
Can you hear the fans in the TiVo? Oh, you can't hear the fans. I put new fans in.
I can hear them.
You cannot hear them.
No,
I hear music.
That's cool. If you got your fans to play a little tune, that's pretty impressive.
Red Panda, please.
And then I cut a hole. TiVo doesn't have any openings. They have both of their fans pulling air in, but there's no openings for that to go out. They're assuming that it'll go out the edges of the case. So I cut a hole in the bottom in the front, and all my drivers are running so cool now, and it's totally friggin' quiet. Oh my God. TiVos are the TiVo Tornadoes. I love them. But they are louder than shit.
You need more fiber if that's an issue.
Yeah. Indeed, Zolan. Indeed.
Efren has a question. Anybody have any idea?
Well, he can buy the hot end online from their website.
Yeah.
But you like, it's basically a Cartesian style printer. He can stick whatever he wants on it. If he wants to put on his own hot end, all he has to do is get the bracket or even 3D print the bracket, and he can put anything he wants onto those because they're easy to upgrade.
Is it your first printer?
Good question. If it is, just buy the stock and stick it on and be done with it.
Yeah.
David Petzel.
Yes, sir.
I printed with your build surface yesterday. There was not a plastic coating on top of that to peel off. And the first print, I love it. It came out like glass. Looks exactly like glass.
Yes.
Nice. I printed. Let me move myself around here. Where am I at? Can't find myself on the screen. Here I am. Yeah, here's the first layer here. Came out like glass. You can't really see it, but yeah, it's like perfectly smooth like a sheet of glass.
Yeah.
And that sheet, which David was working on, is right here. It's a spring steel sheet, and that's Lexan, right, Dave?
That's Lexan, yes.
Yeah. The only thing I don't like about it are the air bubbles that are under it. That's why I thought it had plastic on it, but it doesn't affect how it prints.
No, the air bubbles are actually just where I couldn't get the sheet.
Yeah.
There's excess glue in there.
Yes.
So, but the sheet is flat. So
yeah, that didn't affect it. And I think Llama said he had some trouble with things sticking to this, but if I remember correctly, but it came right off when it.
PLA will like to stick to it a little too well.
Yeah.
So
both my sidewinders have got the ultra bases on. Knockoff ultra base. And okay, so I'll have to admit both of my beds are pretty warped. But other than that, like adhesion wise, I don't have any issues with it at all. It just seems to work.
Kind of off topic.
Yeah, this is that base. Same thing.
Yeah.
I kind of wanted to show you what we added to our kit this Christmas.
Wow.
Cool. Let me find you. Where you at?
I'm in the middle.
All right, because I got my camera there, so.
And I 3D print stuff for my quad.
There you go,
so
Richard.
Kind of counts.
So the camera we had, this was a camera that was given to us by my brother. So we've had this for about a year. And we bought the glide gear this year to add to it. That's a teleprompter that uses a tablet to do your teleprompting. So that was kind of our Christmas present to the studio this year. My wife and I decided.
And you got a remote for it, so you can speed it up or pause it.
Actually, the software that I'm using is what is it called? Smart Prompt Pro. And I've got an additional lavalier here. Let me go back to my other camera. I've got an additional lavalier here that was only like $20. It's a Boya that I plug into the tablet, and then I talk, and it will scroll as I talk. And if I pause, it'll stop.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Does it record straight to your hard drive, or is it internal?
No, it actually records right to the computer the way that we have things set up here.
Yeah, I got to admit, that's single-handedly the most tedious portion of my process is setting up, shooting, coming, unloading, going back, resetting up. Yeah, it's...
I learned that lesson a long time ago. Pulling cards and trying to match them all up and get things edited is just the biggest pain in the backside you'll ever have.
Yeah.
So now all of the cameras in our studio here at home are all connected to the computer. So there's one right here above me, which is our top down. We've got the big one here with the teleprompter on it now. We've got a DSLR. And then we've got the one that I'm looking into here, which is our camera one. And they're all different cameras, but they're all Canon cameras.
But they're not all recording at the same time, typically, yes? How are you swapping back and forth?
I use a Stream Deck with the software that I use is called vMix. So it's basically television studio software is what it is. So it allows me to bring in all of these different inputs, and I can switch them on the fly using the Stream Deck that I've set up.
Stream Decks are great.
Yeah. Stream Decks are great. I need another one.
I even use this for video conferencing with work.
I need to finish building mine.
I can use it with Zoom. I can use it with WebEx, whatever.
Yeah, I bought one like 6 months ago and I'm still sitting here lit up. Another one.
No,
you should use it, Jerry. You once you got used to it, especially where you pop around the cameras and stuff, would make it a whole lot better.
I'm currently using a Fire tablet with a app I wrote that allows me to do all the same things as Stream Deck, and it controls my OBS for me.
That's
cool. But I want to build an actual Stream Deck. Well, not actual, but I want to build my own with the OLED buttons because I want it to where when I change different programs or whatever else, the buttons change to signify what I can do with it.
And the nice thing about the Stream Deck is you can actually put buttons into folders. So you can have one for WebEx. You can have a folder for YouTube. You can have different folders for the different applications or different setups, so different sceneries or whatever. And you can push in them, and then it opens up a series of buttons inside it. So you can have folders inside folders and so on. You can actually get a lot of layering into it, and you can put a lot of buttons in there, and you only have a handful on the deck itself.
See, the problem with me is
Richard,
Stream Deck that I have doing
there's another
that.
table I built the other day, Richard, and I had it. I've got to organize all my parts and goodies for my printers, but I got a new table, so.
Cool.
And there's the Mac in the corner. That's a CR10 Max that I got from a friend. I got a good deal on it, and I'm rebuilding it, and then I'm working on his S5, rebuilding his S5.
Awesome.
And
the Stream Deck that I've got is the 15-button one. I really need to get either another one because I need more buttons. My problem is I have ADD. If I don't see the buttons and I try and go into folders, it just messes me up. And then I start messing up, and then I don't hit the right button. So, like, for instance, this is my call to action. So that's just a button I have now. If I wanted to go to Brian's call, Brian's not on the call with me now, but I could go to Brian and then hit the cut button, and that would be Brian's call when he calls in on Sundays. And then we've got this is my number 2, and of course we've got the super chat and the subscribe. Don't forget to subscribe, and and then I've got the countdown timer on there as well. And it really works well, but I need more buttons because I have more things I want to put on the screen during our live streams.
Yeah, they don't offer a bigger one though, don't they?
Yeah, they offer an XL for like almost 3 times the price.
Yeah.
Yep. That's actually one of the reasons why I want to build mine because
I gotta go because I gotta go get dinner and stuff. So
all right, Llama.
Thank you very much. Thank you for stopping in.
Yeah, because I want to
I'll go as well, Jerry. So
the one I build, I want to make.
Thank you, James. I think it's what, like 1 a.m. over there?
Nah, it's like 10:45, but I got an early start. So
All right. Well, thank you very much for dropping in. I appreciate it. You're always welcome.
see you later, guys.
Thank you.
See ya.
I was thinking, since I'm going to build mine using Arduinos with the HIDs, I was thinking of actually using SPI or I2C and making it modular so you could actually take 2 of them and click them together. And then you could just, build as you build them, just make a bigger and bigger button panel.
You mean like they use the GPIO buttons, pinouts to cross-link them?
Yes.
I'm going to sit here and stare off into space and just feel stupid because that was all Greek to me.
Yeah. The SPI stuff, you can do it. The biggest downside of building your own is you're going to lose your little LCD and your macro images, if you will.
Nope. There's actually a guy out there who wrote a sketch already to use OLED buttons with a context switch behind OLED screens with a context switch behind it, and you can upload your own icons to them.
I didn't know those were actually mass manufactured yet, but I guess they're...
No, they're not. They're not. What you're doing is you're taking just a standard OLED and then putting a button behind it.
Yeah, and that's fair. It's just, you're talking $4 a button, roughly. So.
Yeah. But if you can build them in 8-button packs, you can just add on to it easily as time goes. It's cheaper and it's more expensive probably in the long run, but it's cheaper for the initial start.
Gotcha.
Yeah, you just got to be willing to put the time in. I've done OLED programming. I wrote a library several years ago for, I think, the 1325 or whatever that SSD controller was, and it's a lot of work, and
it is.
And that's just for one color. The full color ones, it's a doozy.
I've done full color ones for not just OLED, but also for the Nextian displays for my DMR hotspots.
Nice.
And it shows, the call sign, the DMR ID, and some basic information about the person who's currently transmitting. And at the same time, it shows the country flag. And on the OLEDs, I had to actually draw them myself.
Holy smokes.
And did you have limited color on that, or did you have full color
16. 16
well,
color.
that's not too bad. I've only dealt with the yellow and blue ones, and even that's just so proprietary still.
Yeah, some of the newer ones are nice because you can actually you can take your image, import it into Photoshop or something else, set it to web colors, save it out as a PNG, and then there are sketch libraries out there that you can use to import them.
Oh, that's not too bad, yeah.
Now,
we used to
years
write
ago,
programs for that.
yeah, 5-10 years ago, it would have been a nightmare.
Do you know how I used to do my my LCDs for the printers when they first came out, before they wrote programs for it? I would go into Paint, I would save the image as a monochrome bitmap, open it up and read the hex values and just translate that direct over into the proper array code for Marlin.
Yeah, you're talking to somebody who used to write poke and peek code, so.
Oh, beautiful. Beautiful.
Yeah, Only Make 3D had 2 questions. One, how many of us would like to have a heated chamber printer? I have an enclosure for my CR10 when I do ABS. It heats up, from the bed heat alone. I don't know that I want the chamber to have a separate heater to heat it up. I don't think it's necessary.
No, it's not necessary. But that
not for ABS, but there are some material I would love to have that for.
If you're going to be printing with peak, you'll want to have a heated chamber for sure.
If you're doing,
you're talking about heated other than what the bed gives off, Richard.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
A temperature control unit to maintain a fixed temperature in the chamber, which is really essential, especially when you're doing like carbon fibers and so on. You need to maintain temperatures.
The only thing I've only done ABS, PLA, PETG, and TPU.
Yeah, the only one there you need to maintain temperature for is ABS.
That's why I have the enclosure that I built 4 years ago that's for ABS.
And normally the ABS, the bed heat alone is enough.
Yeah, it's up to around 102, 103 C.
But if you're doing peak, hips, certain pets, OBCs, there's different things.
All the high temp stuff that are very.
And Zolan, Polymate 3D wants to. What kind of a controller are you using?
This is a controller, as in what I'm using to fly, is a TX16S. Or if you're talking controller for a heated chamber, I don't have a heated chamber at the moment.
That comment's been sitting there for a bit. I think that's back.
Yeah, I think it had to do with
the stream. I'm using a Teensy.
Okay.
Which is an Arduino.
I would think the Teensy would be a little bit overwhelmed. Have you thought about just going to an ESP32 to handle all those graphics?
So the graphics driving that I'm doing on my hotspots is actually done on a Pi 3B Plus.
Oh yeah.
But for the Stream Deck, I haven't actually built it yet, so I'm not fully sure what I'm going to do. But I do know I started work on a button box for Elite Dangerous, and I'm using a Teensy for that. And some of those buttons are OLED screens.
Nice. Yeah, I was just looking at stocking up. You know, when those OLEDs are $179 for the SPI ones, it's kind of tempting to order 30 of them. But I haven't worked on any of that stuff in quite a while. Unfortunately, my electronics workbench right now is a 3D workbench. So
my ASPE/ADHD side, the problem is by the time they all got here, I may have gotten bored with the idea and not actually do it.
I think a lot of us have that problem.
I have an Ender extender that's been fully assembled and just needs wired. It's been there for a year now.
So everybody here, does your hobby of 3D printing kind of consume you 7 days a week in one way or another? You're always doing something?
For me, yes.
No. Yes, I use 3D printing to tie into other stuff I do.
Yeah.
I do physics presentations and science presentations and stuff. 3D printing ties into that because I build my own demos for experiments. And then I also use 3D printing for astronomy because I do a lot of stuff with astronomy and for my own telescopes and my own filter wheels and so on. I make all of those. I 3D printed all of those. So I use it. My 3D printing is a way into doing stuff, and the stuff I do for the blind is because I do outreach for astronomy, and there's no system out there for that. So the stuff I 3D print is for astronomy outreach. So it's all tied into astronomy, physics, that kind of stuff for me.
Liam, are you going to be coming out with any videos with your telescope and things that you're doing outside at all?
If you can find me at night when there's no clouds, sure. This is
You're
Michigan,
in the wrong country, friend.
In Michigan, we have one thing that you're guaranteed in Michigan. We're going to see the Michigan Nebula. That's the clouds.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right? We're guaranteed it up here. So in summer, we have better chances. But in winter here, it's hard.
Right.
And the thing is, winter is really good here because when we get clear nights, especially when it's cold, when it's really cold, the moisture freezes in the atmosphere and falls out of the atmosphere. So the air is crystal clear. And it's really good for astronomy, but it's horrible to be out there when it's negative 20 degrees. You're out there looking through an eyepiece. It's not fun.
You come down and visit us down in Nevada, Liam.
Yeah, no shit.
Actually, I'm going to be in
my window.
I'm going to be in Texas for the next eclipse in 2024. I'm going there because I was in Wyoming for the last one. It was fantastic.
Are you flying or are you driving?
I'll drive because I'll be hauling my telescopes and my astronomy equipment.
Perfect. So when you come down 35, I am 60 miles east, if you want to say hi.
Hey.
Will do. Did I ever show you my photograph of my total eclipse? No?
Of a heart?
Zolan, what state are you in?
Oklahoma.
Okay.
Here is my... Let me share my screen, Jerry.
I wasn't originally willing Oklahoma because my employer moved me here at that time. And if anybody out there needs a monitoring and design architect,
wow,
that's beautiful.
That's from the last eclipse.
Wow.
All right, I gotta ask your gear. I'm sorry.
That Los Monte G11 G2 mount, and I had a Explorer Scientific apochromatic 102 millimeter refractor with a DSLR on the back of it.
Which SLR were you shooting that on?
I was using a Canon a D3 Canon, T3 Canon DSLR modified, and that's where I took those images.
Full screen. Full
Magic,
screen.
is it Magic Lantern?
Jerry, click full screen. There you go.
That's beautiful. In fact, hang on a second.
Holy
Hey, dear.
smokes, that's cool.
That wasn't Magic Lantern. That's all done through. I didn't use Magic Lantern. I had a Raspberry Pi running my telescope, pre-configured with a sequence of events with a GPS timed in to get a precise timing. So when it ran, it knew exactly when first contact was going to happen, knew exactly when totality was going to happen, and I had preset all the exposures in there, everything. And it ran on its own, auto captured all the data, and then I compiled it afterwards.
That's beautiful. Just
you're
brilliantly
done. Because I used to shoot with a T2i. I'm slowly upgrading there.
I still use a T2i.
Yeah, but mine is modified. So mine was opened up, and the color the bare layer on the filter over the normal CCD chip are removed. So because mine is no longer, like, if you don't remove that, your the filters over a normal CCD chip limits the view and the light it captures down to what the human eye sees. But if you take that off, all the hydrogen alpha and all the UV light becomes available to you that you cannot see. Because if you look at a fire truck, you're seeing 10% of the light, the red light coming off the fire truck, right? You're only seeing 10% of it. The camera can see way more with that filter there to remove. So I can actually image, like you can take stuff like hydrogen alpha images, which is the prominences on the sun. You can see some of them in that image, but I have some other photos I can show you with prominences. You can do stuff like the Horsehead Nebula here behind me. That red is hydrogen alpha. You need to have, if you have the filter over the camera, you will not see that.
So you just stripped off the UV polarizer and the IR polarizer on that CCDA?
Oh, it has to be removed, yeah.
Yeah, I remember a long time ago I looked into that because I was doing a little bit of infrared photography there. Of course, I just went the cheap route and bought the Pi camera and did my own exposure system, and I can pull up the videos at some point. But
yeah, but I use DSLR because I use it for deep sky astrophotography as well.
Yeah, I hear you got to get the right gear. I haven't had a chance to take her for test spin yet, but again, this was another e-recycler pickup, a 5D Mark III recently. So
I've never bought a DSLR, a digital.
The closest I've gotten to any of this is I built my own tracker and mounted my T2i on it with Magic Lantern and just did the whole snap so I could get the star fields out here.
Yeah,
because I'm at a light pollution level of 1.
Oh, nice. Oh. I have an observatory about 20 minutes a bit west of here, and there are some great views. I mean, we've even with the Pi cameras, actually, I've captured the Aurora Borealis with where we're at. So I'm excited to see the low light performance on this, and maybe I'll get some good astrophotography in the future.
If you want great night photography in the winter to see the Aurora Borealis or the Northern Lights, as they're called, you have to go to my hometown in Manitoba. It's north of the 53rd.
No.
Oh, yes.
No. I grew up in Alaska on the side of a mountain.
Fine, then. So you're a little bit norther than me.
Oh, yeah. No, and yes, you're right. When you get far enough, like Manitoba, especially, you get far enough north, you don't just see it, you hear it.
Oh, yeah.
You can as well. Certain times you can, yeah.
The closest that I can come to relating is being blown away looking up at the night sky through a set of night vision goggles, and all of a sudden you see all the pinpricks.
Was that the green or was that the sodium?
No, the Gen 2 PVS 14s.
Yeah, the problem is when you're doing that, you're looking up, and then you see the missile streaks, and then you hear the gunshots behind you. No, anyways.
It's worth it. It's worth it.
Well, that's what you hear in my hometown.
I think I'm going to go sell all my printers now because everybody else is way more intelligent than I am. I just paint.
No, dude, no, you do not sell your printers.
It's all Greek, but I'm just
the stuff you make is amazing.
Yeah, I'm into the science as well. So like I teach people about it and I explain how the science works. So
explain this to me, Liam. I even watched a video on YouTube last week when I was down in Texas a few years ago. Early in the morning, the moon in front of me look giant.
It's an optical illusion.
That's what I heard. It's an optical illusion. And if you turn around and look through your legs, it'll look normal. But why am I seeing it with my eyes so huge?
Your eye is seeing the horizon, and it sees the horizon as near, and it assumes the image is near, so it actually your brain makes it look bigger.
Okay,
Same
so
for the sunsets. It's an optical illusion. Your mind is actually playing tricks on you.
okay.
Yep.
The sun.
I'm trying to remember what's that
if you
video
get-
where
if
it
you
shows
get-
with the
If
aperture.
you get an aspirin, the round aspirins, right,
Yeah.
and hold it at arm's length, you will cover the moon when it's above you, right? That's how small the moon really is in the sky.
Yeah.
But when that happens, if you hold the same aspirin out towards the horizon, the moon will disappear behind their aspirin as well. They're the same size. It's actually your mind that's playing tricks on you.
Okay.
Yeah.
We've
It's
got a pretty
good
good we've got a pretty good astrophysics department here at the University of Iowa.
Yeah.
Yep.
With Ben Allen used to come to the restaurant all the time. Back when he was alive.
Take care, Polly, mate. Thank you for coming by.
Jerry, would you ever wonder why the sun is red when it sets and the moon is kind of orangish color or yellowish when it's rising? It's our atmosphere.
Yeah, gases and stuff in the atmosphere.
The golden hour. I love flying during the golden hour. Speaking of that, I'm almost in the golden hour.
Well, it's dark here already.
Let's see if I can pull this up for you. This is one of my time lapses from way back. This is my Raspberry Pi one that was custom programmed to adapt. And yeah, you can actually see that color transition of the sun here. If I jump ahead to the sunrise, this was back in 2016 in July, so a good time in the summer facing east there. And yeah, it's all atmospheric. It's kind of wild just watching the whole color of the sky.
So
just
right
transition.
there, that light level is where I love to fly.
Jerry, share that link.
All right.
You want the link for my time lapse here? Yeah, this is my
No.
entire...
I'm sharing a link. I have an all-sky camera watching the night sky, and it run by a Raspberry Pi. It builds time lapses. It takes star trails. It does all of that automatically.
Nice.
That link, and you can see it.
Yeah, I believe everybody here should be a mod, and you're welcome to share.
I'm
Or if
not.
you're if you're okay, say something in chat, and you'll become a mod.
I already did.
This is
Yeah,
why
I
I
even,
shoot
I
the
even,
clouds
I
up
even
here.
said a ural.
We get quite severe weather up
So
here in
if you
Alberta.
check
so,
out
yeah.
that link, I can share it. 1 second. Let me put it up on my screen.
There you go.
Yeah, but if you go in there, let me see if I can zoom this in a bit. Let me share my screen, and then you can show it, Jerry.
All right. Let me take this.
Yeah,
back.
1 second. Let's take your screen. So you can share it up. Okay, so this, when you have the night sky in the normal view, it tells you the aurora activity, first of all, in the upper corner.
Nice.
Then you can overlay the constellations, and it tracks
awesome.
the night sky as the night sky moves. Then you can go into time lapses, and now it's been a lot of clouds recently, so let me go back a bit. And you can actually watch a time lapse of the night sky. It's taken about 1,500 pictures put together into a time lapse each night.
Wow, that's gorgeous.
This is dew building up.
Oh, I hate when that happens with the camera.
Yeah, I need to add a dew heater, and on top of that, then it also shows. This is called a keogram. A keogram was originally created to identify northern lights. So if you look at the keogram, it shows you when it's clear and when it's cloudy. What a keogram is, it's a 1 second or 1 pixel down the center of every image throughout the whole night. And that builds a keogram for the whole night. And then as well as that, then you have your star trails.
Wow.
Oh,
That's wicked.
So these are airplanes flying through the star trails. Or let's go back a bit better. There's some older ones that are much better.
Thank you for coming, Zolan. I'll see you in a bit. Possibly I'll be
There's a
on
nice
for
one.
probably another 2 hours.
That's all run off a Raspberry Pi.
Yeah, you probably have the same thing as me where you're using, I can't remember which library I was using at the time, but I actually managed to get the Raspberry Pi up to 12 seconds and 15-second exposures on mine by dumping the graphics memory to RAM and then offloading to a separate process to actually process it while it's capturing the next
No,
one.
I do 30-second exposures. I do.
Nice. I was doing that, but my thing was auto calculating and updating to YouTube every single day. And with 1 minute updates there, basically, or with 30 seconds, it just did not appear smooth, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, mine is very smooth. And let me just stop sharing. Mine runs very smooth. And for the camera I'm using a ZWO ASI 120MC camera, which is
nice
photography camera, and that then is going over USB 3 to the Pi 4. And then and then the whole thing, the camera, the Pi, everything is powered over PoE, because I have a PoE hat on the Pi, so I just have an Ethernet cable running out to power it all.
Fantastic, that's great.
Matt, I
see if
wanted
I
to
can
ask
pull up
you
any
about
model.
your Stormtrooper helmet in the back.
What?
What?
Your Stormtrooper helmet behind you.
We caught you. Your Stormtrooper helmet.
On the second shelf behind you.
What version of the helmet is that?
It's got the blue stripes, so I think, is that ESB? I think it's ESB.
Is it a black series?
Yeah, that's a black series.
Yeah,
Nice.
mine too. I thought I recognized it. Mine's up on the shelf behind me.
Yeah, I know. I spotted it right away, and yeah. I like the Black Series stuff for as many as I've had over the years, and sold back in the day when I sold my whole Star Wars collection. Yeah, I mean, it's for an off the shelf unit.
Mm-hmm.
Did you show the public, Matt? Can you bring it over?
Theoretically, yes. It's a little dusty.
Oh, very nice.
But yeah, I mean, they're a good little setup, minus the speaker grill on the back.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've been trying to get. I got a Vader coming. Finally. Yeah, I really dig it. Otherwise, I've been trying to get a hold of Luke's, and the pricing on it is just insane. People are gouging.
Oh yeah, huge. I heard that myself, that people are just gouging on that.
Well, and it's crazy to me because when they first started doing that Black Series line, they were doing those at the same time as the oh god, what's the Marvel line of deluxe shit?
The Legend.
Yeah, and I didn't. Nothing about it was limited edition or anything else, and so I'm kind of surprised that out of the blue, the Skywalker helmet all of a sudden was there and then gone, and they stopped making it. So I just figured, well, I'll just sit tight. I'm sure they'll bring it back at some point.
I'm thinking about getting the Boba Fett one.
I've got it. It's solid. Yeah.
Is it?
Stupid question, but what is the Black Series?
So the Black Series is Hasbro's deluxe line of stuff. It's kind of like the like I was saying, like the Marvel collector stuff, where they had the Iron Man helmet, they had an Ant-Man helmet, they had Thor's hammer, and for the Black Series stuff, they've done Stormtrooper helmets, they've done the Boba helmet.
Hold on, Liam.
Yeah.
There again, if you've ever built one of these and painted it yourself and spent a hell of a lot of time with your nose pressed against reference pictures for an off the shelf, it's not bad at all. It could use a little work here and there, but yeah, and the interior's slick on it too. Like they just did a really nice job. So
yeah, the one from Nico that I just reprinted, I'm working on.
Does it fit your head?
Interior.
Yeah, totally.
Nice.
And that's with glasses. So
That fits pretty well, actually.
oh yeah, it's for size wise, like it's I think the scale is perfect on it.
Did you say you printed and painted that one, or you bought it off the shelf?
No, this is a Black Series off the shelf.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I like their stuff.
Very nice.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm looking forward to dinking around with the Vader one. I think it'll be a nice addition to the helmet collection.
So let me know when you get it. I'll be interested in seeing some pictures of it.
Yeah,
I'm a Vader fan too.
well, and it's nice too because the upper dome comes off, and they included all of the upper detailing on it, and then the whole upper helmet comes up and off of the jaw too on it.
Oh, wow.
And,
What kind of money did you pay for that? You remember?
What, on the Vader helmet?
Yeah.
I think they're like $1.50. I think they
Liam,
were
Liam,
like-
you want to show something?
they were
Yeah,
like
Brian asked about what setup I was using earlier on, so I want to show a picture.
Yeah, I was just looking up. It's set up definitely just for that one purpose.
Well, that mount can be done for anything, but for visual, I have others. Let me show you. I have a really big one. Let me show you. I have a 20-inch stop for visual.
Ooh.
Let me show you a picture of that. That's the 20-inch stop.
Oh,
holy smokes.
How tall are you, Liam?
I'm 5'9". The eyepiece of that is 8 feet off the ground. You need to use a ladder to use it.
yeah.
As so speaking Star Wars, has everyone seen the final season of The Mandalorian now?
Yes.
Am I far enough behind the power curve that there's no more spoilers?
It doesn't matter if there's a spoiler. I don't care.
Because oh my god, the last episode, like single-handedly the best part that I've seen in years.
Yeah.
And it's
Let's
honest
just,
to God,
Star Wars needed that.
It's the first time in like 20 years that I have been completely caught flat-footed and genuinely surprised by a TV show or a movie where I didn't see the ending coming a mile away.
Thank you, Travis. Thanks for coming by.
And I just went completely apeshit. Like I have kept my head in the sand deliberately so I wouldn't have a clue what was coming down the pipeline, and it was just brilliant.
I watched this gal on YouTube. Her name is Star Wars Meg. I don't know if you've heard of her or not. She has some great ideas about stuff that's coming, and she misses the mark sometimes completely. However, when she was talking about that very last episode, she nailed everything that was going to happen on that episode.
I'm so glad I didn't see it then. Because it was just sheer pleasure. It was magic, absolute magic on a level.
She did it in a speculative way, right? Like she
Yeah.
always does it in a speculative way. So at the end of the day, she's saying this is what I think is going to happen, but this is what also could happen. So, and the stuff that she was thinking, everything, bang, bang, bang. I was pretty sure that somebody was going to die at the end of the episode to make it more like the Empire
Star Wars.
Strikes Back.
Yeah, kill someone off every film.
or at least at a bare minimum, someone loses a hand, right? Like it's
right.
Jerry, I need to bounce. I need to go get dinner. So
all right. Thank you very much for coming by, Liam.
Thanks.
Later, Liam.
Yeah, Liam, your live stream's your live stream, Liam. Isn't it Wednesday night?
I have a hangout on Wednesday night, and then I have a stream with ZYLTECH at 8:30 Thursday night, Eastern time.
All right. Well, you're welcome to post the link in chat if you want. You know, everybody's welcome to plug themselves as much as they want.
Okay.
And good luck with the ZYLTECH.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You're a good filament. I like your filament.
Wow.
Yeah, and they're giving away filament, so you should join. They're giving away filament.
It's a difficult interview.
No, not
Very bad looks. I don't understand that comment, Tim.
It's with Spring, and you see Spring in all the streams, so she's you know her, so she's not like that.
ZYLTECH donated 6 or 7 rolls to my Ghostbuster car they gave me, which I'm still working on.
Oh, nice.
Fantastic.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
DeWitt Tim, would you like to drop in? I posted a link there in chat. You're welcome to pop in. And if you're working, I think your boss won't care. Since you're the boss.
Yeah, God, that end with Boba. Yes. Like everything we all wanted as kids.
Oh, absolutely.
What I feel like it was a satisfying ending without trying to make it purely fan service. And you know, the more because we're now going back and rewatching the series here and looking for little hints. And what I've found is it doesn't even need the Star Wars universe. They don't. The first season they tried to play a little bit on the old stuff by having the AT-ATs and all that, which was cool.
I didn't know he was there. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I guess he was down below and I didn't see him.
Yeah, 15 minutes. I thought, what did I do to piss you guys off? But hey,
sorry.
That guy.
It's all right.
It's only Tim.
If somebody dropped out and then you jumped up, it's like, hey,
I was going to say, I'm not going to blame it on Tim, but I do have to drop out here. I'm not trying to run away. But thank you, everybody, for your time. Yeah, it's wafting towards Okotoks, man.
It's been great, Brian. Thank you very much for coming in. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Jerry, and thanks, everybody. It was good to... Oh, yeah, he'll always be calling me. Take care, guys.
Take care. Thank you.
Bye.
15 minutes, Tim. That's true dedication.
I'm a patient guy.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sitting here watching chat and comments, and I didn't even notice you down there.
Oh, that's all right. You know what? I could have spoken up a lot earlier, but I was enjoying it.
All right.
You were in the green room? How's Jerry's green room?
Yeah.
Lonely.
Oh, yeah. Does he serve desserts and stuff?
No,
yeah, there's cookies.
No, my water's even empty. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Oh man.
So Tim, let's feature you. Hey, what have you been up to? What's going on?
Not a whole lot. Just been a busy week. I'm working on a big project potentially. I just finished doing the pricing today and sent some samples off to the customer. So fingers crossed.
Hey,
cool.
So, yeah.
I got my crust.
Exactly. And I got some cool stuff in the mail today. I think these are the build plates for my LD002H.
Nice.
So yeah.
Is that from Wham Bam? Who's that for?
These are from Reality.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And I still haven't installed that Wham Bam on the Mono X. I'm just I think if I don't, I'm gonna end up messing that up in the long run.
Mm.
I have a Wham Bam on my Elegoo Mars they sent me, and it worked out great. And I done a video, but I forgot to print the spacer for the.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Once I printed it, then it was fine.
Like I know
I've
I'm gonna
never had a Wham Bam.
And I'm just a little concerned. Like I'm a little concerned on the Mono X, like with a print that large, you're just integrating. You're introducing this whole new element.
Well, the magnet's it's not the build plate's not going to come unstuck. I don't care how much weight you got on it; they stick like hell.
Yeah.
But don't ever pop the plate off while it's over the resin, because if the print comes off, it's going to splash resin everywhere. So remove it and then pop it.
Good looking out. I don't know that I thought of that one.
And then obviously you know that if it's too low, then you got to hit the up button to get the head out of the resin so you can pull it straight off. But yeah, I've seen people in videos, they'll pop it off while it's over the resin, thinking, wow, if that falls off, and a lot of people may not have safety glasses on, or even if they don't, it's going to splash resin everywhere. So always remove the build plate. So,
although I'm guessing that's. Did you ever see the pictures of that resin printer that Jim from Edutech bought from that guy?
Yeah, I did, and it had resin everywhere dried on it. Yeah,
literally, it looked like you just put resin inside of a spray gun, set it to massive droplet size, and just hosed the whole. Like I've never seen that much resin. Like it was like a resin grenade went off inside that thing, and he didn't know. He didn't know until he opened it all up and just went, "What the hell is this?"
I think that's why they're putting fill lines on a lot of things. And personally, I always fill mine almost all the way to the top because I know how big the build plate is if you use a printer a lot, and you know how much you can fill it. Because I don't want it to run out overnight or something and have to go add. Or was one time I got up during the night, I checked it. I knew I needed to add, but when I came out here to check everything, I forgot to put it in. So when I woke up that morning, of course it ran dry, and my print was dead. It didn't finish, but just you can always dump and add more. But I try to fill it up. It keeps the LCD cooler. And the one you're talking about with Jim, I don't know what happened. Maybe the guy had something splash. Maybe filled it to the brim, and the plate came down that ran. I don't know.
God only knows, but that's what immediately made me think. Where I just went, I wonder if he had one of those light plates on there originally.
I did get resin one time. Somehow I got resin underneath on my screen and it dried. And I took a razor blade and carefully just scraped it off, and it was fine. It didn't hurt it.
What is that? I mean, it's one of the monster printers. It's not like the big Frozen. It's the other one. It's
like $1,900 ones, the big ones with the doors on it.
Yeah.
The Frozen Transform or something.
The one that costs your firstborn child to fill with resin.
Yeah,
that's the Theopoly. Yeah.
Monopoly, Phenom. Yeah, I'm hoping this mid-size that I'm getting I'll be happy with it. I mean, it's the Max Frozen Mighty Sonic Max. Hopefully, it'll
You
be.
know, I feel like it ticks the sweet spot for prints. I think the large ones are too big. If you're trying to make money back out of them, what you're going to have to charge, you know, oh my God, like most people aren't going to pay that, and the small ones are too damn small. Like I think that, you know, I'm glad to see machines like the Monoids and stuff in the market.
And that's the thing. People don't send me those printers. They don't even offer them to me. All I'm getting is Ender 3 style printers. And now I'm getting more CR10 style stuff. But people don't, for whatever reason, I guess I don't do enough resin on my channel.
Hey,
I got to
Richard,
start doing resin on my channel more.
don't you and Brian have to do what I do and constantly message companies and say, "Hi, I'm Richard from such and such, and this is what I want to do," and they say, "Okay"?
Not always. I've had a lot of companies reach out to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you know, as my numbers got up and my view counts got up, they started reaching out to me. And at the end of the day, I still do reach out to some companies, and I've approached Piopoly and I've approached the other guys, the Frozen guys, and Frozen sent me that Frozen Sonic Mini, and I haven't heard from them since. I've tried contacting them again, and they just don't respond to my emails. So
did you give it a terrible review, Richard?
No, I gave it a great review.
Oh,
I love that thing. I use it all the time.
I'd be including that link like crazy. Oh, Zolon crushed his drum.
Yeah, I tried to get a deal on the Mighty from Frozen. The best I could do is to get them to knock $100 off. They gave me free shipping, so I clicked the expedite one where you get it in like 2 days. But since they're way behind on shipping, I'm not sure when I'm going to get it. Maybe in a month or two.
Well,
But
trying to maintain those kind of relationships, you know, like I think out of all the filament manufacturers that I've worked with at this point, Filamentum is the only one that has really hung with. Like they're happy with the results and the way that I approach it. So, but you know
people send me filament, and there's a company that we're going to be working with that is Canadian owned here very soon. We just signed our NDAs, both Brian and I. So now we're just waiting until they start getting product. I've got a roll of their ABS upstairs, and I got to tell you, man, this stuff has no odor. If you want to print it on an open air machine, you got to print it a lot hotter. You got to get it up around that 250, 260 range.
Hey, Robbie Mac.
It absolutely has no odor.
Huh.
And this is a piece that I printed upstairs using it. It's very matte. Like it's a very matte black.
Yeah, that is a matte black. Holy smokes.
Nice.
And they're only producing a handful of types. There'll be ABS, PLA, HIPS, PETG, nylon right now. So there's 5 different ones that they're going to offer, and they're only offering like 3 colors: black, white, and gray.
Yeah, that's the way to do it.
And then they're going to start doing a recycling program here in Canada, which will be the first of its kind in Canada.
I hope
make filament from recycled filament. So
I hope to see more of that in the future. I think you know,
me too.
the biggest hurdle, because that really is the last open portion of the circle.
Yeah.
Of what we do, right, to make it more eco-friendly and you know,
I want an at-home recycling method that does not cost hundreds of dollars.
Yeah, I just put mine in the recycling bin, you know, but it sucks all the same. Like I would love nothing more, you know. The trick is sorting, right?
Yeah.
Is proper sorting on the front end from the customer before any of that stuff goes back. But I think that would just be the bee's knees if because there's so many of them are thermoplastics.
And then cleaning the plastic. For instance, you had glue stick stuck on the print or whatever adhesive.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
You know, I think if there was like a really good system where you could do that and kick your stuff back and actually get even if we're not talking initial discount on ongoing future purchases, I think it's the last piece of the ecosystem.
Hey,
yeah, Gary T has a question, Richard. Is it going to be similarly priced to other brands? Well, I think everybody.
It will be, absolutely. They're talking right. I can't disclose pricing right now because I'm under NDA, but I can tell you it's going to be very competitively priced for the consumer market. Although their target, of course, is not consumers. Their target is architects and designers and engineers, and that's what their plastics are made for. Now, the beauty of their plastics is everything that they have is FDA approved. All of their materials, including their color palettes, all come from the U.S. So just like Protopasta, everything's in the U.S. That's what this company is going to do, but they're Canada-based. So shipping down to the States and worldwide is going to be easier for them because in their family, they already have a logistics company. And everybody who is part owner in this company are all material science engineers.
Nice.
Wow.
Yeah, Zolan was getting cut off there, so I changed the screen so we can see him there.
There we go. So yeah, it's I'm looking forward to working with these guys more. They're sending me out some of their stuff to do some photographs and some product video B-roll. So I'm going to do that, and then I'll do a review on it. That when I'm able to release the review, I'll release the review. But like I was saying, I don't like particularly doing filament reviews because at the end of the day, most filament is the same.
Yeah.
There's a couple of brands that I found, and of course, you guys know, anybody that's watched my show knows I'm a big supporter of the Arion filament. Love that stuff. It's never failed on me. I can leave it out for months, go back and use it, and there's virtually no moisture in it.
Yeah, I used to use it constantly, but I had some issues here and there, so I no longer use it. I would always get a 99% off discount whenever I wanted to use it, but I quit. Well,
as of tomorrow, you'll be able to get 10% off by using a coupon code if you want to get it. And we benefit a little bit because every time you buy something from Arion using our coupon code or our direct link, we make 10%.
Yeah.
Are they exclusively filament, Richard?
What's that?
Are they exclusively filament?
Arion is not, but the Canadian company will be, yes.
Yeah.
Speaking of codes, if you're in the U.S., here's a code for you from ZYLTECH. Use 3VHP at checkout, and you get 15% off your whole order, whatever it may be.
Nice.
We'll see how I'm sitting after this Panzer is done.
And yes, that's an affiliate code.
Yeah, I'm trying to do more with my affiliate stuff this year because right now, my affiliates are pretty much non-existent. I've got them. I don't use them because I don't push them, but I got to start pushing them again.
Yeah, it makes a big difference.
The only two I push every week is ZYLTECH and TH3D because you actually get a discount. The Sunlu and all the other companies, Wham Bam, Creality, I don't get a discount. So why do people want to use my code? So I don't push it. It's there on my page, but I don't push it. It's up to people to go find it. But the ones where you're actually saving money, I push it to save, it gives you a deal.
Yeah.
Like I've got, AliExpress and Banggood and all those guys. I've got all affiliates with all of them. I don't push them enough because, first of all, I don't like the length of time it takes for you to get your friggin' product, right?
I got like 70 cents the other day from a Chinese company. I don't even know who it came from. It's in PayPal. It's like, wow, I made 70 cents from somewhere.
Well, that's it too. I mean, for all intents and purposes, you're attaching your name to that.
Yeah, exactly.
That, you know, and I think, making
if I don't like a product, I can't be an affiliate because if it's bad, then people go, well, you told me you liked it and I use your link. So I have to like the company or I can't use their affiliate link.
Yeah, it's the same thing. It's like me with Sunlu, right? I cannot stand their filament. To me, it's just garbage.
Mm-hmm.
But some people.
Oh my God, you're absolutely, man. Their PEG, I can't even cool it without it just crystallizing.
But even coming off the roll, it's not consistent. Like
you're right.
You go to pull it on the roll and it'll snap.
The other thing is that diameter-wise, it's not consistent. They say plus or minus 0.02.
Oh, bullshit.
Okay. That is bullshit because I found it to be plus or minus 0.0 or 0.9.
Even the good filaments only claim plus or minus 0.3 just to give themselves some padding. You know, if you hit and speaking of which, if there's any newbies, that is something you should be paying attention to. If you see a filament that's a great deal on like Amazon and it says plus or minus 0.05, don't buy it.
No.
Chances are
No.
you just create a headache for yourself. Like spend an extra $1 or $2 because that's really all the difference is.
And
I
I
bought
have
3
found
bottles
if the
of Sunlu
filament says
resin last week.
PETG anywhere on it, you have to dry it anymore, even if it's coming from a manufacturer that normally doesn't have issues.
I don't, and I don't have any
either.
fizzing. Like I don't have any of those issues.
But
So,
my house, just filament sitting out, PLA
Yeah.
sitting out in my house becomes brittle after about 2 weeks.
Yeah, it all depends where you live in the world. Like up here in Calgary, it's so dry here.
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
We don't have any moisture.
Any
Every here in Iowa, with the exception of the summertime, and my PETG, I use it up before I leave it out, and it'll take me 5 or 6 days for. Well, I'm using it so fast anymore, but you know, if it's dry, I can leave it out a month, 2 months, never have any problem with it.
I've
Sunlu
reviewed.
PETG, I could not print with to save my life until I dried it, and then it
It's
started
funny,
working,
because
and then it worked great. Except, it would clog if I wasn't watching my tolerances.
The only time that I buy PETG is if I need something semi-transparent, like and it's project based, and that's the only stuff that I don't burn through an entire roll in one go. Like I use what I need, and then it. But I've got the bays on the side of the F410, the filament bay. Christ, I can stick another 4 rolls in there easy, and so anything that's open like that, I just throw it in there, and those machines run 24/7, and so it stays hot. I just don't even think about it. It's fine. And
Yeah, I
Any-
went through a ton
any
of
filament
PETG
that I've
at the
ever
beginning of the
reviewed,
year.
Robbie Mack, any filament that I've ever reviewed, they reimburse me before I get it in the mail. I will not pay for it, do the review, try it out, do the review, and then wait for reimbursement. That's illegal as far as I'm concerned. I don't want to get kicked off Amazon. That's considered a paid review because they want a positive response. Or a person will give a positive response hoping to get their money back. They reimburse me before I get it in the mail. So when I get a PM, they say, hey, you want to try this? We want you to do it this way. I said, no, I'll do it this way or I don't want to deal with you. And
I don't even do the reimbursement on it. If they ask me if I want to review their filament, it is, yeah, sure, here's my address.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I will
99% of the time I have to order it off Amazon. They reimburse me within a couple hours after I place the order from China. It goes into my PayPal, and then a day or two later I get it, and then it's fine.
Yeah,
That's why I don't think I
not
with
anymore. I say, look, if you want me to review it,
When I reviewed a TiVo printer last year, instead of him shipping it from China, he put the money in my PayPal account, and then I went and bought it myself because he gave me the money. Because
There they
another
are.
person,
Yes.
Derek Brown down in Texas, knows me, and so he said, "Yeah, Jerry's cool. Go ahead and put the money in his account. Let him buy it and get it from Amazon in his own city." Because I got 2 Amazon hubs here in Vegas.
That's actually kind of slick because then you're not getting a custom tailored review unit.
That's true.
That's a lot of faith in their own product right there.
Yeah.
And
The
then-
TiVo Tarantula Pro is a rock solid printer. Their TiVo's had a lot of trouble, especially with the Homer they just came out with. But the Tarantula Pro, I've had 0 problems with it. I love that little printer.
a long time, yeah.
And then I hooked Richard up, and Richard got one. And I think he wasn't happy with the power supply or something.
Yeah, it kept failing on me. Like it would wink in and out all the time, and I tried to get through with to those guys, and they didn't want to solve the issue, so I never did the review. I ended up fixing it and giving it away.
Huh? Yeah, I still use that printer as a daily printer all the time.
That shit blows. I go, how? Well, no, it doesn't blow my mind. I take it back. I've lost count of how many companies they're all about promising the world until they get your money and you've got your thing, and then once it breaks, you're on your own. That's the nature of the beast, to try to let newbies be aware of, to go, hey, look, there's a learning curve to this. You need to be inclined.
I got I paid full boat for that for my Tornado. I love it, and then I bought a Flash. I love it too. And then I've got 3 Crealities, 3 CR10 S and 2 Enders. But my TiVos, my God, they're my workhorses.
Yeah, some guys got good ones, some guys
Oh
didn't.
man, ZYLTECH is the best. I like their resins a lot.
Yeah. I've never tried it. I've only ever used.
I have been using the eSun resins here lately. I really like them. I use their clear, their transparent red, and their transparent blue. I like the way they print. Like, it's just easy, and it's a couple minutes, a little bit cheaper than the ZYLTECH stuff. You know.
Last week, I ordered 3 big bottles of Sunlu resin, and it prints great. They have a problem with the caps being cracked on most of them, which they're going to resolve that in China, but a lot of the caps are cracked. So once you unscrew it, you pull off that safety plug, and then a cap is cracked.
Plus, I really like those aluminum. I like those aluminum bottles.
Yeah, I have a couple. I'm going to save them when I'm done with them and use them for something. Make a rocket pack or something with them.
Put some grape Kool-Aid in.
They'll be cleaned out very thoroughly and reused.
Hey, Robbie Mack, you like to drop in and say, hey, I haven't seen you in the stream in a while.
Yeah, as far as resins go, I'm using the photon stuff. I really like it. It works well.
Yeah, Cubix resin I think is solid. It prints easy.
Or not frozen, not photon.
Oh, the frozen stuff. I haven't messed with that
because at $50 for a liter, it's a good price.
Yeah.
I was using the ones that came out of Australia there for a while, and I just don't like their filament. They have a wash as well. You can buy a wash from them.
Oh, cool.
I can't remember their name. But anyhow, I don't like their resin. It's too thick. It doesn't always perform well on these smaller machines. So I said, no. As soon as I got some of that frozen stuff, I stuck with it, man. And the Wanhao resin, oh my God.
That shit pour like water.
You need to have a hazmat suit on with that stuff. It stinks so bad.
With what?
What does it smell like? Is it ammonia or?
If you were to, have you ever been at a pig farm?
Yeah.
Okay. Imagine a pig farm layered underneath ammonia.
Oh wow.
Oh no way.
Oh yeah. Like it'll make your eyes water.
Wow.
I've smelled lots of pig shit in my day, and it doesn't make my eyes water.
My grandfather was a pig farmer, so
there you go.
Yeah. So that when they went to indoor farming of pigs and those confinements, oh my God, it was stupid bad smell.
Yeah,
I tell you, when I first got out of the army, I started working for Sherwin-Williams there for a bit. I had to go deliver paint to a hog slaughterhouse, and never again, never ever again. My God, I couldn't get the sights and smells of that. Hey,
there's that gorgeous lady.
Aw,
those guys are cute.
Jerry, you keep expanding any further, and those 3 are all going to have to live outside.
Yeah, you see my table I just built?
I was looking at the
figure out how am I going to get that in the house, and I couldn't, so I built the top and bottom frame outside, and then I built the rest in place.
Nice.
My wife's pretty cool, but she would lose her friggin' mind with that one.
Well, Jerry, I'm kind of in the same boat as you. We've got our bedroom is downstairs. This room that we're in right now used to be my wife's and my living room when we had the parents living with us. And now this is my studio. The room next to it is, which was my studio, is now a storage room.
Mm-hmm.
We have a storage room upstairs. The master bedroom upstairs is now where all of our printers are with all of our painting gear and all of that stuff. So yeah, our house, if I get any more printers in this house that I can't unload pretty quickly, I'm going to have to get a bigger place.
First world problem, strike again.
Yeah.
I hope that my grandkids get into printing, and then I can give some to them. We'll just have to wait and see.
Well, my
wife and I actually just recently discussed this, and I just told her plain and simply, if I die, go on Twitter and using my account, because I have LastPass, so she can get my password, and just simply said, Z is gone, I need help.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
And I told her, you guys would come out of the woodwork and help her.
I'm sure if I passed away before my wife, Wouldn't take her long to get rid of all my 3D printing stuff.
You know, there have been different types of electronics over the years that have encouraged hoarding, but I don't know that anything has been able to top 3D printing to date. Like
I would agree with you.
My 3D printing supplies uses more bins than my music, my amateur radio, and even my quad stuff now.
Yeah, and even the ones that you end up retiring and just disassembling because you know those parts are just going to end up.
Oh no, those bins are almost all filament.
Yeah, my wife said if I ever died, she'll throw everything away. And I said, do you realize how much money I got tied up in everything around me?
Mm-hmm.
I said, just sell everything off. Slowly sell everything off, get a fair price, and everything here has value.
Yep.
I had to put a spreadsheet together because I've got all those friggin' cars, all those collector cars. I've got probably 100 large scale planes, and then all my 3D stuff, and then the friggin' guns. I just got a spreadsheet. She just will put that spreadsheet out, and then you guys can come pick at the bones.
Hey, David Zetzel, do you have any best friends or people that you hang out with you've known forever and ever that you associate with constantly?
Yes.
You should write down a list of certain things you want to give them. Because my brother had a best friend his whole life, and the man that was his best friend collected all kinds of weapons. And when he passed on, he gave my brother one particular gun, and his daughter did. And I said, you know what? As well as you knew him and all that you did together, I bet he left you a lot more than that. And the daughter just chose not to give it to you because it didn't really add up because they were so tight forever. And there's a certain gun my brother liked to give him, but the man had such a huge collection. I bet you that the daughter just said, no, we're going to sell that. Dad's gone.
Oh, I'm sure.
So
that's unfortunate when that happens.
Yeah. I mean, I don't, it's none of my business, but that was just my assumption.
Deaths in the family bring out some of the worst.
Yeah. My family wasn't that way. My mom passed on. My brother and sister, we got along fine. My sister lived in the house for years till we sold it, and I done most of the renovation, getting it ready. My brother lived in Prump, an hour away, and we didn't fight about anything. But I have seen that, yeah.
Yeah.
So it's a shame.
Yeah.
Anybody in chat have any questions or anybody like to drop in and hang out with us? You're welcome to. I can post a link again. Please like and subscribe. I was almost at 2,000 subs right before the stream started. I'm not sure if I went over that yet. But when I get up closer to 2,500, I'll contact quite a few companies, and we'll have a giveaway at 2,500 subs. But I want to get closer to it, maybe like 2,400, and then I'll start advertising for it.
Nice.
Just And Richard, I remember at one point, when you were small, and then you were slowly climbing. It seems like once all of a sudden you just went zoom. It's like, where'd he go?
Yeah.
I mean, he just really took off at some point.
You know, it's funny that you should say that because I have my notebook here, which I keep notes in about our progress. And just the other day, I was calculating some stuff. In our first year, we started in October of 2017. We started my channel. Well, I started my channel, and we had by the end of 2017, we had 158 subscribers. So in roughly 3 months?
3 months now.
So according to this, Jerry, you have 1.99 thousand subscribers right now.
Okay.
And that's Social Blade.
Okay.
And
I look at that occasionally. Thank you.
Then in 2018, we went up to 3,772.
Wow.
Folks.
Then in 2019, we went up to 8,000. We went up by 8,265.
And yet I sit here with my measly 150.
And then in 2020, we raised it again by 11,142.
Wow.
So every year we've gone up. Have we gone up as fast as I would have liked to? No. Did we drop off the face of the planet at the end of 2020? Pretty much. We were only doing our live streams, and Tim, you can attest to that.
Yeah.
We were pretty much only doing our live streams because a lot of things were going on for me personally, family, as some of you guys that are close to me know. So I think we could have been at 25,000 by the end of 2020. Now, that being said, I'm in my analytics right now. and we're sitting at 23,509 for the entire length of or lifetime of the channel. The plus side is monetization. For any of you guys that have this monetization, look in there and see if you've got video advertising, merchandise, supers, and memberships. If you have memberships, because they're starting to turn them on for smaller channels. Because at one time they were saying you had to have 30,000 subscribers to have memberships turned on. Now, I know some guys who only have 10,000, 5,000, and they're getting memberships turned on. And I am one approval or one review away from having ours turned on, which will be by tomorrow.
I know since I got monetized and I get donations through Super Chat, if you make under $100 a month, you have to wait 90 days. But if you make over $100, they give it to you that month. It's usually a couple weeks later. And I sold that model to Moses, a John Wayne statue, and he intentionally paid me over for the model because he knew that YouTube was going to take 30%. But after like a month and a half, I got the money, and it's helped out a lot. And then occasionally people give me money through PayPal, and I'm on a fixed income, and it's awesome, and it helps out a lot. Every little bit helps. And Zolan, Tim, Matt, and Richard, you're welcome to post your links in chat. If people don't watch this live or see it on Facebook, they're going to at some point. And you're welcome to plug yourself. It's no problem.
Okay.
David,
I eat enough fiber. I don't plug myself.
Okay.
Yeah, I normally don't on your channel either, Jerry.
No, I never mind. He missed the joke.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I got it.
I got it now. I'm a little slow.
Yeah, when Brian made that head, the first thing I saw on Facebook is, "Oh no, it's got its mouth open."
Well, that review of the product that he used to do that is coming up this Saturday. It'll drop at 9 o'clock on Saturday.
Did you see my comment about that, Richard, when he showed the head on stream?
I did.
Okay, all right.
I did.
So,
at the end of the day, I think if anybody's watching this now or watching it later in the repeat, give this guy a thumbs up, leave a comment down below. And also, if you haven't subscribed, subscribe. What are you waiting for? He's got great content. He has great guests every week.
And honestly, anytime that notification pops up on our end where somebody's taken the time to comment, it means more than you know.
Yeah.
It's a little highlight for the day.
I actually kind of dread it.
Unless you're a jerk.
Yeah, I kind of dread it because I know my attitude. I'm pretty sure a lot of my viewers have the same attitude.
Yeah, I've been getting some comments the last few days on some of my videos, and it feels good to know that people are watching.
3D Maker Hub, how you doing? You're welcome to drop in if you'd like to. I'll be streaming for, I don't know, maybe probably another hour. It'll be 4 hours. We've been on for almost 3 hours now. I'll stream for another hour.
It's funny because, when I was first seeing comments, it was like, who's this old guy? Who's this fat old guy? And, they were calling me Boomer. And everybody that called me Boomer, I always went back and sent a quip back to them. No, sorry, son. I'm a Gen Xer.
Yep.
And that 1 year makes a whole difference.
But Boomer's not a generation. It's a mindset.
I hate to say this, but in June, I'll be 57. I'm 56 right now. I'm still 25 inside. I still think the same. Everything I do is the same. I eat the same crap. It's just I look different in the mirror. And I don't think I'm in the clique with a lot of younger people that are streamers and stuff, but I don't see why I'm not. I do everything that they do, and, I haven't changed. I just look different.
Here's
Jerry,
what I found.
my wife is older than you.
Okay.
Here's what I found, Jerry, Jerry and Tim, you guys can both relate to this because you're both in my same age bracket. At the end of the day,
what is your age bracket?
50s.
I'm
55. I'm turning 56 this year.
Is that senior citizen discount?
Yeah,
Goodwill at 60.
The funny you bring that up, Matt. Thanks to my wife, I'm an ARP member.
63.
I tell you, my wife got her.
I'm getting yelled at.
You're right. 2 weeks ago. and I didn't let her live it down.
Oh, apparently I was supposed to say thanks to my old lady.
I gotta go grab the gas again, the can of gasoline. We're starting this bonfire.
Non-fam, do you have a camera yet? I've been waiting for months to get you in the stream. Why don't you drop in? I've never met.
I would say what I
like
would
to see
really
non-fam.
prefer, but Jerry doesn't want cursing on his stream, so.
You know, you can say the F word and shit and things like that. Just don't talk about women's body parts graphically, things like that.
Well, she's my old bitch, and bitch is a term of endearment in this house. Because in this house, the girl dogs in our packs, they're who run the pack. This isn't my house. It's her house. I just pay the bills.
Yeah, this stream isn't kid friendly, but I don't do politics, and any word other than bitch, fuck, or shit, I don't really like. So any of the normal ones you say day to day are fine.
There you go.
Well, I think that middle one slips in every once in a while.
And now and I know Tim is not a fan of all that, so I apologize. We can move on.
Yeah,
I'm okay.
It
doesn't offend me.
When I did,
I know it's not offending, but it's just
Tim's heard me say worse.
Oh yes, I have.
Oh, I'm sure he does, and it isn't his stream, thankfully.
I'm a boomer, and I can handle that.
My wife's a boomer, which has a completely different meaning here in Oklahoma.
You know, I got a comment the other day off of one of the videos that said, "Thank you very much for all that our channel does," and the person behind the comment said, "You know, I watch your channel because it's like you're my dad in the garage with me helping me fix the car."
Oh, cool.
That's cool. That's actually kind of cool.
That's the best compliment that anybody could have given me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's why I like being a Gen Xer.
No, you know, but there's that
boomer
side too, because you know, like I think I was in line at Home Depot the other day, and I pulled out my military ID to get my veterans discount because you know, penny saved, hey, every little bit here or there. And the guy looked at me and he goes, or he looked at the ID and he goes, "Is this your son's?" And I just turned around and I walked out. I left my wife to finish that transaction.
You want to feel old? Here, let's make everybody feel old, including some of the people who are watching. If you get carded for booze right now, they only look for the 1.
Yeah.
If your birth year starts with a 1.
Yeah, the color of this, they don't card me anymore.
Yeah. I still get carded sometimes.
Dominic, in America, the C word, if you use that, if a guy uses that, he's going to get slugged if he's standing near a woman. So I do see in a lot of videos and cooking shows and Chef Ramsay, it's a common word overseas, but you can't really use that word in America unless you might want to get slugged for it.
Yeah, you don't call anyone a cheater here.
Yeah. And you know, can't is just another word for won't.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yep. Indeed. You say that Non-Fam has a camera now?
He has to bought one. It's been months and months. We bugged him, and he's probably won one on the stream because he's won on some streams. So just drop in. You can have an emoji. You can be talking Non-Fam. You can have an emoji. We don't have to see your face.
Every single stream, and he's always the one that says hello. Always.
Get a paper bag, cut holes in
Every
it.
time. Non-Fam's every time.
Everyone.
Every time.
Non-fam.
He's a loyal watcher of my streams.
Yeah, all of them.
Hey, can I share a screen? I want to show you guys a new project I'm working on.
Yes.
Let's see if this works.
Just hit share, then I click on it.
Yeah, hang on. Just wait till I get what I'm trying to get up here.
All right.
I think that's it. Can you see that screen now at all?
Nothing went beep. I don't see it.
Okay. Hang on a second. Yeah, it's okay. Not a big deal.
No, we'll wait. Go ahead.
Doesn't
share down below and then application tab.
Okay. Chrome has lost permission to capture my screen. Forget it. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Not a big deal. I can actually probably pull it up on my phone too.
Hey, Tim, did you hear if they've extended the COVID lockdown in Calgary yet?
Hey, he's going to join.
I don't think they have. I haven't heard yet. No. They're opening the plus 15s next Monday, so that's
Okay.
And then
a lot.
when I do a screen grab for the thumbnail, I'll have it with non-fam, since this will be the first time he's been on camera that I know of on any stream. So
Yeah,
he's
I
going
think,
to still be in the thumbnail.
Jerry's got the exclusive. He beat everybody else in the punch finally.
Let's see if this works. There we
Okay.
go.
We make you big here.
I'm getting into computer repair. So there
I'm
you go. I just have to put this iMac back together, or I'm selling it with some assembly required. There you go.
Nice.
Oh gosh,
You're in Canada though, aren't you?
I need to. I want to
Jim?
my.
You don't want to buy that.
Well, the reason why I ask is I actually have a 2011 iMac in my shop right now that has a bad driver board for the LCD that I just haven't replaced yet.
That's exactly what the problem with this one is. 2011 iMac.
Yep.
And it's a known issue that those boards are bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever you do, don't ever let go of that one, because that's the only one that you could ever do your FireWire port to use as a second monitor.
Yeah, I don't know. To me, it's not worth the price to repair it, because those boards are expensive to buy, even though they're old.
Yep.
And then you have to flash Mac firmware or something on them.
Actually, no. The if you pull the graphics, I'm assuming for you it's the same thing. It's the graphics board.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. Have him wave the camera and say who he is. Sorry, Zolan.
No, it's okay.
I have found you can.
Oh, sorry, your wife.
I found a bunch of YouTube videos where people were taking those, wrapping them in tinfoil, and putting them in their oven for a little bit to make it reflow the solder.
I heard about that, but then I read a couple of people say that it was not a permanent solution. It lasted for about 5 months.
Hey, that's 5 more months of use.
Yeah, I mean, I since replaced that.
Or selling it to your worst enemy.
Yeah, get it working and then sell it real quick. So
it's like the old.
I need to run because it's dinner time here in my house.
Okay.
So
Take care, Richard.
See you guys. Nice being in the chat with you guys today. And
nice chatting with you.
Thank you very much for dropping in, Richard. I appreciate it.
Enjoy your dinner, Richard.
Take care, guys.
See you later, Richard.
Take care. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I
And
know.
number 5 or 4.5.
That iMac was sitting on my floor for a good 2 years, and I just decided to. I forgot what was wrong with it, so I decided to plug it in and see. And then I got those blue horizontal lines as it's the video card. So I just took it apart more so for curiosity, see how difficult it was to take apart, and it wasn't so bad. But I don't know if I could put it back together.
Yeah, see, that's my hurdle, because mine's getting a little long in the tooth, and there were 3 different CPUs available at the time, and I've hemmed and hawed about pulling it apart to upgrade. But I don't know that I'm up for the challenge, to be honest.
Yeah, I was quite impressed. They have liquid cooling in those things. It's pretty cool. Yeah. So
well, for as hot as they can run.
Yeah. But apparently they fixed it. They've done something where the card runs different from the CPU, etc. So and all the newer iMacs. So.
But I tell you what, though, I think anybody interested in getting into a Mac, wait till next year.
Yeah, the M1.
Yeah, I think it's gonna. Well, and it's such a crapshoot because like the M1s are proven to be like really, really solid. But if you're like in PC territory, like the Ryzen 9 is kind of going tit for tat with them. So yeah, it's a bit of a crapshoot.
Yeah, I just set up. I added another monitor to my studio at home, and I found out the hard way that if you watch my last stream, it's awful because there's so much lag. I found out that my laptop will not drive 2 monitors effectively. So it was weird because I have one HDMI output on it, and I also have a USB-C, but the USB-C is not rated to drive a monitor. So I bought an adapter that I could plug into the USB 3 port, and then that had a HDMI for the second monitor, but everything just dragged. It was taxing the laptop CPU, I think, too much. So, yeah. Anyway, so I ended up bringing an old PC home, sticking it off to the side, and the second monitor's just got an old PC running it. All I need that second upper monitor for us to monitor the chat on my live streams anyways. So, and that's working well. But yeah, that one stream was disastrous because there was like 11, 12-second lags. It was crazy. So
I actually just got a webcam off of Amazon that Greg's Maker Corner pointed me at because he found it for like $9. And I found, yeah, just a second, and I found a coupon code that another one, and had some other credits that I was able to get the webcam down to $2.
Oh wow!
Including free shipping and everything. But I got it to me, plugged it in, 5 seconds of latency.
Oh gosh!
I can literally stick my hand out in front of it and start counting 1 through 5. And by the time I get to 5, that's when my hand shows up and starts counting.
Oh no! Well, I guess that proves you get what you pay for.
Yep. And I saw you show that earlier. Have you used it yet?
No, I haven't. I have to think. I got to read the paperwork on it and figure out what to do with it. But I mean, for $40 or $44, it looks like it's very well constructed.
Oh, it is.
It's metal. I'm not sure what this dongle is for.
That is the receiver. So you need to plug that into your audio device.
Okay.
So, and there are adapters in the box that make it go from quarter to.
Okay.
And one adapter you can plug. So one of those adapters you plug, and they actually have little tags on it that say one should say for phone. So you plug that piece that you said you didn't know what it was for. You plug that into the one that says for phone, and then you can plug it into your phone, and now it's a microphone for your phone.
Okay.
And sorry about the beeping. I got a battery that's trying to fry on me, so I'm trying to save it. And then that piece is what talks to the other piece.
Yes, yes. I'll clip this on my belt and then hook up the mic. It's got a mic for it.
Yep. And the nice thing is since you can change the mic out, if you like it later, you can get a higher quality mic and not have to buy the whole thing.
Okay. Yeah, it was a great deal. I thank you very much for the referral on this.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't a real referral, but yeah.
Was that an affiliate link for you?
Nope.
Oh, I thought it was an affiliate link. All right.
No, I don't know what my affiliate links are right now for Amazon. I haven't used them in years.
Yeah, typically on Amazon, well, the way they got it set up now, when you go to Amazon, at the very top of the page, it's got a button right there you can click and make it that quick. You don't got to figure out where the page is. It's right there on the Amazon main page where you can shorten it. But yeah, if you don't make much money on Amazon, they never send it to you. They just keep it. You got to make so much a month, or they will just keep it.
$30 battery just toasted itself.
Oh wow!
I'm going to run, Jerry. I got to pick up the little one. You remember the like this and subscribe guy?
Thank you very much. I'm sorry you sat in the green room for so long. I didn't see you.
That's okay. That's okay. I'm pretty ezy going, so not a big.
I have 2 rows of people. You've had about anyway. On my side, you've used StreamYard before?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I had 2 rows of people, and I didn't notice you were down there. So
no, that's all right. Just wait till next time you try and pop on one of my streams.
Back to your hole.
You have a great night.
Okay. Talk to you guys later.
Take care.
Bye.
Thank you.
Hey, what's going on? You do it.
You do it. Thank you very much for the $5. That's awesome. Thank you. I'll put that towards my Prusa fund because I need to come up with $418 to get my Prusa Mini. Yeah,
got your notes right
awesome.
there.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
Okay, so we were talking about Sunlu filament there a little while back.
Yeah.
Okay, so on Amazon they had you buy 2 rolls, and I needed a roll of green, so I thought I haven't used Sunlu in a while. I'm going to order the green and the blue. Well, the blue ended up being pure shit, but the green, this is 0.4 layer height, PET G. I don't know if, yeah,
it's all right.
Yeah, 0.4 layer height. I mean, it's smooth as silk.
But I think that's the whole point, right? Is at this point, this many years into the game, with a manufacturer that's been around that long, to still not be able to address consistency issues just shows a lack of
I agree.
I just go, I won't recommend them, and I see a newbie hooting and hollering about the quality of their print and what's wrong with my printer. That's why one of the first questions is, hey, what filament are you using? Yeah.
That Duramic for PETG, I used the hell out of them, but then Jerry got me to buy Jerry got me to buy ZYLTECH.
The ZYLTECH, yeah.
What the hell?
He wanted to roll on the stream, and he liked it, so he ordered more.
Yeah, so the guys that are buying my loader like the color of the ZYLTECH better because it's more of a true red, and the Duramic has kind of an orange tone to it. So now everything is going to be ZYLTECH for the loaders I'm making.
And 15% off is an awesome deal, I think.
Yeah.
I'm happy with it.
Adds up. I tell you, 2020 was a really weird year. I think I've used a lot more diverse catalog of brands of filaments.
Oh, we lost Solon.
Simply just because of availability. Like there's been times where I've needed a very specific color and I couldn't get it in a regular brand I use and had to bounce off and try something new. I get a couple rolls of like Kodak filaments sitting on the floor.
Yeah. I like it.
Really? Kodak makes filament now? Okay, why not? And it was a few bucks more expensive, and I wasn't too terribly keen on it. But so far, so good with them. Like I don't have any complaints.
Yeah, the consistency issue is the main. I mean, when you start printing where you're trying to make money at it, and you want to be consistent with your prints, you just can't grab a roll of filament and have it turn out bad.
Well, and the thing for me, like I tell a lot of folks when they're new to the hobby, I go, look, first, you don't need to jump on the modification bandwagon. You need to leave your machine bone stock.
Yeah, learn the printer.
Oh hell yeah!
You need to pick a brand and a color that brand makes, because the colors, even the color changes, will affect stuff. Where sometimes you got to change your profile just a hair for it. I said, you need to learn the basics first before you start diving into all that. Like try this brand and get like gray or get black and just print in that, at least for the first 6 months, so you can get the basics and learn your machine and what it does. And then you can kind of start branching off from there and go do whatever the hell you want to do. But
I remember. Do you remember buying? I used to buy Hatchbox. Everything was Hatchbox. I mean,
and Hatchbox,
it was great filament, But then you started looking at prices, and Hatchbox was $28, and here came this new company that you could get it for $20.
Yep.
I was like, well, okay, I'm going to try it.
I'm always surprised when I run into companies that are still maintaining that higher pricing. Like Richard was talking about with this new outfit that he's working with, where potentially their goal is to aim for more industrial customers. And I go, well, that's all fine and dandy, but that's probably still not going to be the big market share. I can't.
My two main brands are 3D ZYLTECH and ZYLTECH. I get a huge discount from ZYLTECH, and 3D ZYLTECH is great. I try to stay around $16 a roll. When I review stuff that they charge $20 or $25, I'll review it, but I won't buy it and I won't pay that for it.
I ran 3D ZYLTECH for years. I like it. I don't have any faults with it, but I do notice a dip in print quality with it, and that may just be needing to dial profile settings in a little bit with it. But I've noticed that it just doesn't lay down quite.
Here's somebody we've been wanting to see for like a year online. Here he is. Here's Non-Fam. Are we ready? The great Non-Fam. How you doing?
Hey, no.
How's it going? Very nice to meet you.
Hi guys.
How you doing?
Fine. Doing fine.
Yeah, you're everywhere on all the streams constantly, and I've always wanted to meet you. This is so cool to meet you.
It is cool. Yeah. It's great to put a name. It's great to put a face to a name.
Yeah, it's been a long time since Jerry asked me, so I thought this year was the right time to push through my anxiety. So
where do you live at? Tell us a little bit about yourself.
So I live in Quebec, Canada, and for now I study to become an additive manufacturing technician.
Awesome.
It's a 2 years class. So for now, that's my main focus. I have some on the side project, not as big as you have. I'm not that kind of advanced 3D user. I'm more on the CAD side, on the design side. So
awesome.
Nice.
Man, it's been so long since I've been out of college. The idea of there being, and of course there are, like my brain recognizes that we've come that far that now we have additive manufacturing tech. Like it's finally becoming mainstream enough that it requires that. But oh my God, going to school for it. Like that's awesome.
It's the first class in Quebec, and I would say in Eastern Canada. I know there's one in university level. I'm not at that level. It's not a university degree, but it's more to become really a technician, not become someone who think and create behind.
Yeah.
What kind of machines are you working with, NonFam?
At the moment, we don't use machine. I only have one of 8 sessions done. The 2 next week, I have a mini exam.
Gotcha.
I have 2-week break and go again.
God, with this community, you got to be like light years beyond your peers.
Yeah, didn't you win a printer recently, NonFam?
Yeah.
Awesome. What was it?
No way. Sweet.
I won a CR6SE in the box there.
Awesome.
And I won a filament on the ZYLTECH
Cool.
From Loyal Moses. So I got the US filament that we can't get here normally.
I wake up in the middle of the night sometimes, 2 or 3 in the night, to go to the restroom, and I jump on my computer like everybody probably does, and I jump into Corality's chat. NonFam, hey Jerry, how you doing? he doesn't sleep either.
No. My running theory for months has been that he's actually brilliant. He's managed to perfect cloning, and he actually has 24 of himself, and that way he's got one to man the station every hour of the day, so he's always there to be like, hey, rah, 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 hey, what's going on?
No, I only have a problem, a sleeping problem.
NonFam is everywhere. He's like a Marvel superhero.
I can't tell you how glad I am to finally see you face to face.
Yeah,
That's
really.
awesome.
Yep.
There we go. Hey, Llama.
What's up? Dave, I sent you an email, man.
Yeah, no one cares about the email, bro. Look up NonFam's
I know
phone.
NonFam's here. Well, he wants to stay non-fam, and if we keep paying attention to him, he's not going to be non-fam. He's going to be fam us.
Yeah, I'm close to changing my name to have a real YouTube name. That was just something I did like 10 years ago, just to have an account and have an account.
What's your first name?
Nicolas.
Nikolai? All right.
So what is the meaning of non-fam?
Non-familiar?
Yeah, that's it. That was just because I was, and that's it. That was, I don't know what I'm gonna type on YouTube, and so
cool.
I cut it to non-fam.
All right.
Those are my initials for my name. So
that works. outside of your new printer winning, congratulations for that. What else are you running?
I'm building an enclosure.
Nice.
For my two printers, my two FDM printers. I have a LD002R and Ender3 Pro.
Thank you.
Like my
Thank you very much. Hey, you just made me $5. Thank you, non-fam.
That's nice.
You do it. Thank you.
Now you're just going to have to start doing the rounds now that the word's going to get out that you got yourself a webcam.
Yeah, well, that's totally up to him. But yeah, I really appreciate you dropping in. Yeah, it took me like a year and a half maybe to finally go on camera with the first layer. I was nervous about it, but as you see, I don't have a problem with nervous now. When I have a special guest on, every time I have a guest on, the timer's counting down, I go live, I usually get a cramp in my back. It hurts like hell. I don't know why. I get nervous, but when I do a hangout, it doesn't bother me. So I don't know what the difference is, but I don't know. I'm just sitting there talking to the camera.
Pressure, man. There's no pressure when you're just hanging out with us. It's just like going to the bar and hanging out with the guys.
Yeah.
And it's all about a timer. I swear to God, like the older I've gotten, even playing video games, if it's a timed level, I will do everything possible to not have to play that level. I just can't do it.
I hate things. I agree.
And the funny part is, like, I live with a watch. Like, the damn thing, like, everything, it beeps at me. It's how the wife keeps me on target, because otherwise I'm a hopeless lost cause. So I know where to be, when to be, how to be because of this damn thing. So I live my life with a timer, but somehow seeing it and knowing I have to do something in that amount of time,
I'll go ahead and run my banner. I'm trying to save up for a Prusa Mini now. So any donations I get through PayPal or other sources, I'm going to save up. And when I come up with $418, I'll order a Prusa Mini. That way I can make more content.
I was just going to say, Dave, you're downgrading.
You, man.
My understanding was at this point, if you wanted a Prusa Mini, you had to order it through Loyal Moses, because I think he's the only one that they're willing to ship the damn things to.
Dave, what are you running out of money or something? You used to drink a little higher quality beer, man.
I went into our bar and I told my wife, I said, give me whatever we have that is past the date if you got any. And so she gave me this.
That'll do it.
Oh, you could do worse. Come on now.
You're welcome to drop in.
Jenny Cream Ale.
It could be game day.
It's coming out of my own pocket, man. So you know.
Yeah, we've got those that whole chain, that grocery outlet bargain market friggin' chain, and they've got their own beer, and it's just called Game Day. Oh my God, it's the worst I've ever had. But oddly enough, Game Day Light, totally okay. Other shit, no, it's terrible.
I actually like Mexican beer, so
yes,
you know, and I like Michelob. I like you know, we sell a bunch of
Corona.
You know, we sell a bunch of IPAs. Yeah, I like Corona. We sell a bunch of IPAs at the restaurant. Yeah.
The Pacific Northwest is IPA territory, and I swear to God, I'll be happy if I never see one again in my life.
Right, but they're,
I drink Miller Genuine Draft, and
you have one, and then you go over to a regular beer.
I keep looking like I'm looking out of the llama. I figured out my G code.
Yeah, what is it? What was generating it?
When I made a copy of one of my
profiles,
the profile templates, it copied over the start G code, and it looked like my regular G code, so I just left it in. I didn't even think about it, and so I was going back through looking at the G code that I wanted to be removed, and then I looked at that start G code for just the template, wiped it totally out, and now it's gone.
We have another man dropping in. Here is Mike from AutoDrop. Hey, Mike.
Hey.
Mike, how you doing?
Oh, it is going. I don't think
you. Look who's above you. It's non-fam.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever actually seen his face. So
No, nobody's ever seen his face. I don't think his mother's ever seen his face.
Yeah, first time on YouTube.
Awesome.
He's like the Mandalorian, man. You just don't ever take the helmet off.
How much you want to bet we're going to see a lot more of him on a lot of streams because of this?
Let's hope so.
Because he sees how easy it is, and it's kind of fun to hang out. So, I don't know.
And dude, you got that look. You know,
we don't bite.
You know, you got that young, upcoming, professional, smart guy look.
Thanks.
I like the way you said that questioningly.
I don't know what to answer to that.
I never got that kind of compliment from him, so enjoy that.
Hey, well, I've never had Dave hit on me, so it's all good.
Yeah.
You got to get out the Floby first, man.
Hey, Dum Dum, why don't you drop in and say, hey, I think your name was Steve. I hope I got it right. I think it was Steve because I always ask him. That's out of everybody on any channel, the funniest one that makes me laugh is Dum Dum. Dum Dum Development. That just, I don't know, makes me laugh when I read it. But I think his name was Steve.
Sure.
Oh, yes. That should be the new name. The Stig. Yes.
The Stig.
Because the Stig. You ever watch Top Gear?
Yeah.
John. Oh, yeah. My brother's name is John. You're a John. Okay, now I remember. Yeah. I screwed that one up.
Not everyone has one. Not everyone. There's people in the world that don't have guns. They have to go crap in the woods.
Yeah.
Okay.
They may not even have woods to crap in.
So if anybody ever needs a Pets Fang, I got like boxes and boxes.
I literally just threw out like 20 or 30 test units for the Camaro.
Yeah, I mean the direct drive stuff. I got some of the original Bullseye and Pet G. You know, original Bullseye. Got I got some you know, if you need something for under your mask, you know, got a little bit of TPU.
Hey, Brandy, non-fam is on camera.
Whole bunch of stuff here, man.
Oh, man.
You guys, if anybody needs it, just Facebook me. I'll send the stuff out for shipping.
I gotta have you help me do mine.
My wife, Betty Boot, wants to meet non-fam. So here she's coming up right now. Here's my wife, Brandy. We call her Betty Boot 45.
Betty Boot.
Hi.
Hey, everybody.
Yeah,
How are y'all?
that's non-fam. He lives in
I'm
Canada.
non-fam. How are you?
He lives in Canada.
You always said hi to me. I didn't know what you look like.
Yeah. Anyway.
Now he's just feeling awkward. He's like the new animal at the zoo, and we're all there with our fat
Yeah.
kids.
With their nose up against the glass. Yep.
Non-fam.
Don't feed him. Don't feed him.
Yeah.
Don't feed the non-fam.
Not after midnight, anyway. Don't.
Hey, Carl, how you doing?
Is it don't feed them or don't get them wet?
And he's French.
Ah, okay.
Anybody like to drop in? I'll be on for another half hour. You're welcome to drop in or leave a comment in chat. If you're watching, please give me a thumbs up. I'd appreciate it. And if you'd like to help out the channel or help me buy a Prusa, you can, send me a one-time donation on PayPal.
That Marcel Rico swap.
Stinks.
Non-fam is a true Quebecer. He even said it right.
I like Putin a lot, so I think I'm really a good ambassador for Quebec.
There you go.
There you go. Sure.
So what do you have for machines there, non-fam? Have you shown off your setup?
Yeah, I just showed them.
I missed it.
Ender 3 Pro slightly modified.
Rewind later.
E002R. And my latest is a CR6SE.
Yeah, everybody, non-fam will show you some of his printers. And that's one thing that's cool about Hangouts is that you never know who's going to be on, what they're going to talk about. So it's always good to watch a live stream through its entirety, because the one piece of knowledge you've been wanting to hear might be in that video somewhere. Somebody talked about it. So
Yeah, the topics.
And I try to make good use of my time now, so I just keep all my printers going. We printed 4 of these during the stream. I'm kind of liking that. That goes 4. There's 4. I give 4 adapters away for shells with each one of my loaders. So you can I've got, probably 20 different adapters. So you choose the adapters you want, and I'm just going to sit here and print adapters while I'm on the stream.
Well, there you go.
Let's see. Dave Petzel. Matt. Matt that I have on the stream all the time. Matt German.
Yes.
I guess he wants to send you a friend's request on Facebook. He wants to know if it's okay if you'd accept him. He wanted to ask some questions about different pet fangs for his printer.
Yes.
All right, I'll let him know yes.
Yeah, sure. It's not like Dave's got anything else to do anyways.
Yeah, that's true. If you look at the page, I think I have. Was there 5,000 comments? It's just some ungodly. I have to answer questions, and Thingiverse doesn't have any way of sorting by any of their comments.
Add it to yet one more thing terrible about that damn site.
It just sucks.
I just don't even. I don't even upload there anymore.
Yeah.
No, and it really sucks at the end of the day, because I think everyone who got into this damn hobby, that was like the mecca. That was like the first place that you went, and for them to just completely let it just languish and be so totally shitty needlessly for the last 2 years now.
What do you expect from Stratasys?
It's just a shame. It's just a shame that.
Hey Henry, why don't you drop in and say hey to non-fan on camera?
Yeah, I mean, Thingiverse under the stewardship of Stratasys is just withering.
Yeah. Well, they bought that out because it was their competition at the time.
Well, they purchased MakerBot, and MakerBot owned Thingiverse.
Right. But they purchased MakerBot because MakerBot was making more money than they were at the time, because they were all open source and, did everything and supported the community. And
so, Mike, Autodrop, what are you working on?
Your competition in the originally, not anymore, but.
Well, we've been having some more load on our servers recently because that video went live from design prototype test, so that's been interesting. And there's some other stuff that's going on where we've been working on making the slicers work better and getting some better configuration pages for that on the platform. But besides that, kind of quiet,
Yeah, your film is going to be here tomorrow or Thursday, but I won from you. Thank you very much.
Oh yeah, no problem.
Here he is. Here is Henry Lynn.
I
hey
want
guys,
to see
how's it going?
How you doing?
Hello.
Hey.
Mike, we just got to get the advertising for it up and really off the ground. You need a catchy tagline, hey, send unexpected dicks to your friends' 3D printers.
Henry, are you on a cell phone?
I am on my cell phone. I'm just working in
turn it sideways. You go full screen.
Sideways.
Yep.
Yeah, go the other way.
Oh, he doesn't. He's got orientation lock on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna unlock it.
Then it'll go to normal.
There you go.
There's Henry.
There you go. I'm gonna
What
turn
have
off
you been up to? I
YouTube.
haven't seen you in a while. I see you hanging out in streams, but I haven't seen you on any lately.
Yeah, I'm just working on a few projects. Finishing up my CNC. Finishing up my Ender 5 Plus upgrade project and a few other model. So it's been busy. It's been a busy year. So Christmas time, since I got some time, so it's perfect time for work on stuff. So
Yeah, and you also won a printer recently too, didn't you?
Yeah, I got pretty lucky there. So fortunate. I was pretty fortunate. So it's been a great year. It's been a great year. So
cool. What kind of CNC?
Yeah. Let's see. So I can show you what I'm working on. Let's see if I can turn my camera around. Oh, trying to figure out how to do this.
You can just turn it around and where you're looking at, just spin it around. And
I guess so.
Looking at.
Let's see. Camera, mic, audio. So yeah. So that's a CNC. Been working on for a while.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah.
You got to do it. I got one in the garage. I put a Makita on. It's MP CNC, mostly printed. And all I have to do is the firmware to get it fired up. And I haven't done the firmware in 3 or 4 months. It's just sitting there.
Cool.
For shame, Jerry.
I know. It's done and finished. It's
Mike is not doing really well.
Although I'm not going to talk shit. I've got my own projects that are all sitting there on the bench and ready to be worked on.
I'm doing okay.
Yeah, I never want a printer. Dum or John, I never want a printer. I've won a few things lately, but for like 3 years, I never won anything. And then all of a sudden, bam, 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 I won a few things in a row, and that was really cool. So
yeah, I did that right around this time last year. I won like 3 things in a row. I won a Camara, something else.
I missed Stream Llama. The other day, I was working on some printers, and I came in at the last 5 minutes, and I filled out the thing, but it already had the last drawing. And said, "Oh my god, I missed it." I've been so lucky in the stream lately.
I won Filament 5 times last year.
Holy shit.
Because I watch all those streams too.
Sorry, there you go.
Hey. There, I'm back. I'm back.
Bad about it. I don't
How's everyone doing?
PG.
We're good.
Good.
We've survived 2020.
Oh yeah.
Now on to surviving 2021.
Hey, I think we're all trying to survive. So
now what's next on the agenda? Are we up to a giant sea monster or alien invasion? Because I'm pretty sure this shit hasn't stopped.
Hey.
I wanted to see some more of those murder hornets. That kind of
Hey, David Petzel, let's see you on camera because I'm going to do a thumbnail tomorrow and I want to get everybody on camera. We got Henry, we got Non-Fam. Everybody that's here is going to be my thumbnail.
Good to go.
Cool.
And I apologize for the camera angle because I'm doing this on my phone, so it's kind of like in an awkward bottom up.
That's fine.
Well, it is what it is.
Yeah, everybody,
it's a good look for you.
Everybody give a piece to the camera if you could. That'll be my thumbnail. Everybody do a piece. There we go. Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, that works really well with my Born to Kill Space Force t-shirt.
That's fine.
Sorry, someone want to ask me a question earlier?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, we asked to see the CNC, and then we got to see the CNC.
Yeah, it's a very modified Shapeoko. I got it back in 2016, so I've been using that to mill metal parts and engraving and things like that. But it has been down for a while because I've been like doing a few upgrades from Carbide. So I took it apart and then I want to raise the bed. Once you start upgrading, it's kind of like a shithole. It never ends. So, so currently, everything is like built back together, but I still have to spend the time to calibrate. But I've been working on my Ender 5 project for a while, so things got sort of carried away.
Henry, you work on a lot of circuit boards, right?
Yes. I work on.
Recommend for a solder station lower end that's good quality. I have a cheap little $10 pin that I use for a lot of things. I would like to get a nice little workstation, a little base station on it. What do you recommend that's reasonable that would work real well, general purpose?
So there is one soldering iron I highly recommend to like all my students and my friends, which is the Miniso TS100 or the Mini something TS80. So it's a portable soldering iron that you hook it up to a power bank. I'm sorry?
I thought it was butane.
No, it's not butane. It's you power it with a 5-volt or like a 12-volt, I think, something like that. So if you look at AliExpress, you can find it TS100 or TS80. So they sell for around between anywhere from $70 to $90, depending whether you can catch a sale. They are really, really good because you can power it with with a 5S battery, like one of those drone battery, or you can hook it up to to the wall. So the beauty is because it's portable, it's really fast. Inside it has a tiny accelerometer. When you place it down, it will go into standby mode. When you pick it back up, it will just go back up to the normal 300-degree temperature.
I
So
like
it's
that.
really fast. Yeah. So it's quite good. And if people who, like, all of us work on 3D printer, right? And sometimes we want to modify hot ends and things like that. And having an actual station, it's nice, but for a lot of us makers, it's not really portable because, I mean, think about it. Look at this. So that is like a weller. I mean,
That's
lugging this around, it's really difficult to kind of like place it on top of a printer or behind a printer, finding power source.
Yep.
So, I mean, so having one of that TS80 or TS100 with a 5S or 4S drone battery, just hook it up, make sure you have the right connection and jack, and you are set. You are good.
Henry,
So,
do you have
yes.
one of those that we can see?
Yeah, absolutely.
one there?
Have you spelled the brand? Have you spelled the brand?
Let me actually go back to
I have a lot
to
of
my living
portable
room.
irons I can take anywhere, but I would like to get a little base station that's stationary for my workbench.
Oh, I love the portable irons because I have one of the little butane ones, and that thing was like $20 at Harbor Freight and works like a dream.
Yeah, I've got one of those butane ones. It's slick as all hell, but I find more often than not, I got one corner of a workbench in the shop that's dedicated to that wheeler, and that sucker just gets the job done.
Okay, so I have my little workbench here. So lots of stuff. Yeah, 3D printed, amazing, very organized. Okay, so the TS100 looks like, like that.
Mm-hmm.
So the TS100. And so let me grab the battery as well. I can show you the exact setup that I use. It's super portable.
What's the brand name on that? What's the brand name called?
I think it's called Mini. I think MINI. If you look for TS100, you'll find it.
Okay. And does that have a USB-C option?
The TS80 has a USB-C option. The TS100, it has this barrel jack option. So you guys take your pick.
And that's 12 volt?
That is 12 volt. So I use one of these batteries.
Yeah, that's
slick.
That's a battery.
that's a hefty battery, man. Like you get one of those, it'll last you for a while. And once it's depleted, you get like a battery charger. You charge it up, you're good. If you don't want to get a battery charger, you simply just hook it up to a wall socket with 12 volt or 24 volt. I think it will work. So
how long does it take to heat up?
Here, let me do a demo for you. So, okay, so that's the battery. It doesn't matter whether you buy like 50, 200 milliamp hour or 32. Just you guys choose depending on the price. So I have it connected to XTA jack to some kind of adapter. So and then into like the barrel jack.
That's a Dean's.
I'm sorry.
That's a
Dean's connector. Yep. So you hook it up like so. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna press.
Oh wow! It's
super fast.
Yeah.
Holy smokes! And you said it shuts itself off every time you put it down.
Yeah, once you put it down after 45 seconds, then you can. It's gonna go to standby mode. You can reprogram it too, but then I never done the reprogramming. I just left it default.
How does it
So-
know you set it down?
Oh, there's an accelerometer. Once you set it down without movement, then
Okay,
it's gonna.
I see.
Like your phone.
So, yeah,
if you
just on
held
my
it in
phone.
your hand really still, it would say it would go off.
Look at that thing. That thing's already almost. Yeah, it's already almost got the temp.
That's fast.
Yeah, I mean, like, why spending like hundreds of dollars buying one of those expensive ones where you can buy one of these? It's portable, it's good. But I mean, I'm not saying like those expensive ones are bad, but I'm just saying like for what we do as people who are working on 3D printers,
Yeah.
just this will be suffice, right? So that's 300 degrees.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Henry, how many minutes do you get? How many minutes do you get with that 5200 milliamp battery?
Oh, I get like at least. I mean, honestly, I never calculated, but I say a good hour for sure.
You get an hour? Okay.
At least an hour to 2 hours for sure. So
does it have a LiPo lockout on it so it knows when the battery is low enough to shut down?
yes, it does. So once it's low enough, basically the iron will no longer like power up. It will just constantly just shutting off. So
Gotcha.
yeah. So I'm going to disconnect this, but like one of these like soldering iron. The cool thing is, okay, it's really hot. I'm gonna just take like you can actually detach it. You see?
Yeah.
You can plug it back in.
And how much are the tips?
How much are the tip? Okay, so that's where they get you, right? The iron's about like around $70 to $90, and then but the tip costs anywhere from $15 to $20. So if you go on AliExpress, you can buy them like individually, or you can buy it as a set. So that's really up to you. It comes in different variety.
Do the tips hold up well?
I'm sorry?
Do the tips hold up well?
Oh, very well. Like I
Under
think
a
I've
lot
been
of
using this one. I've been using this one for over a year, and it's still like pretty good conditions. So it comes in like different variety, like something like this. You have the chisel tip,
sure.
You have the blade tip, and etc. etc.
That's
awesome.
Yeah. I mean,
new tools.
So new tools. So, but I don't think I recommend people who buy all the tips because some of them it's not really useful, like the blade tip. How often do we use blade tip? Or like this super tiny one, I don't really often use it. I just use a standard one. Maybe like the fat chisel, that's it. So yeah, depending on the budget. Okay, so I'm back to downstairs. Enough show and tell. Yeah, no problem, man. Anytime. So,
oh man, new tools are always great.
Non-fam, you have anything you'd like to talk about or ask anybody?
No.
Okay.
Not much.
All right.
I have so much things on my mind with my presentation in 2 days, and I'm just here zen and relaxing.
Good.
What are you presenting?
I have to present different additive manufacturing techniques. So I have a part. It's all divided. My part is all divided in different techniques. I have a partner who present. It's a presentation with 3 person for 15 minutes. It's all about technicals and dates and yeah. It's
Hey, Dan, I'd like to pop in and say, hey.
Mostly the patent of the technology behind additive manufacturing.
Cool.
Is that going to be like live on YouTube, or where is this going to be presented at?
It's in virtual class.
Yeah, he's doing college for additive manufacturing techs.
Oh, sweet.
Non-fam, are you married? Have kids, pets?
No, and no.
Okay. That's one of my questions I always ask when I have a guest on. I got like 6 questions I hit everybody up with.
Yeah.
So just try to, pry a little bit, find out a little more about people, because you see them online, or if somebody has a channel and they do videos and they're only talking about 3D printing. It's kind of nice to get to know the other side of that person. What else are they into, and what they like, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, Jerry, we know you're just nosy.
Whether they
llama.
I'm kidding.
That's why Loyal Moses has a foot fetish.
Whoa.
Llama, here's my start.
So, did anybody else get any new tools for Christmas?
Ooh, new tool.
I picked up a little CNC machine.
Oh.
I don't think I've shown this thing off yet.
Here comes
but it's an El Cheapo Chinese CNC machine. I've been playing with it.
Oh, nice. Cute.
Yeah. It came with this little like controller. I don't know whether or not you can see it real well, but hold on. Okay, so it has this little controller. It looks like a game controller basically, and you can it's got the little screen in it, and you can jog the machine around.
Cool.
And then it also has the little SD card right here, which is nifty.
Oh, so you can run G code on it then. So it's not like you're stuck in the same matching a Nintendo controller.
Yeah, you can plug a USB cable into the back of it, and it does the thing. And then it came with two tips, right? It came with the little router bit. And also came with like the laser module.
That's cool.
Yeah, that other part was a spindle.
Yeah, it's got the. And it came with a whole bunch of bits, but all the bits are basically exactly the same. But I'm using it as a little test platform. I'm doing something where I'm trying to additively make some PCBs. So I need something that is a little bit different. I got some hair.
So Mike, you use Gerbil, right, on that machine?
Yeah, it has Gerbil firmware on it. Yeah.
Cool. What kind of sender do you use on that machine?
Well, you could. I actually write my own senders for everything. I don't use like standard stuff normally, except we switched over to Octoprint for our 3D printer stuff. But writing a sender for it ain't that hard.
Hey, Dan and non-fam, you guys can do a fist bump right now if you want. There you go. So how you been, Dan? How's it going?
It's going. I been working and just trying to get things together. All that kind of fun stuff. Nothing
I like your new haircut.
Oh, thank you. I got to get it trimmed again because it's getting kind of long, and since there's a spot right here that's pretty thin, it stands out real bad. So I got to kind of start keeping it low.
Okay.
Like me, I love it. Yeah, right below you, we got non-fam on. He finally came on. That's cool.
I know. I was like, I'm like, holy shit, it's non-fam. I'm like, he does exist. I know he's a voice, but now he has a face. And you remind me of the kid from RC Life on the YouTube channel.
Yeah,
that's who he looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, when first I saw him,
I came onto the stream because of non-fam. So
rewatch the stream later, Dan. He was showing off his room and some of his printers and stuff.
Yeah, well, if he ends up having like a surfboard with like a couple of like battery powered jet motors on it, that's him, and he's just taking us for a ride.
Non-fam finally popping on screen.
I was working on the design of a surfboard.
See, I told you it's him.
A couple months before he his video, I was working on that. I have the small model board, I was analyzing pressure and flow on it.
So what else am I going to knock over?
I want to print the model, but at full size, not just buy a board like he did.
Yeah.
Like
that'd be
really
awesome.
printing a clear board with like PETG or something like that, but it's about 15 kilogram. So
Yeah, that's awesome.
I said earlier that when I was going to tag everybody, everybody gave a thumbs up or a peace sign and non-fam was in it. I'm going to edit that in YouTube and I'm going to have a big arrow. I'm going to go, look, it's non-fam in real big letters.
Yep. You got to.
Poor non-fam.
Yeah.
Henry, are those all paints or are those resins on the shelf?
Those are all paint.
Yeah, it's always like peering in the background in somebody else's make space. Curiosity.
Everybody gets ideas from everybody.
Yeah.
Yes. So, because of the pandemic, I basically moved my office back to my house. So, all the 3D printer, CNC, resin printers are all in my basement or living room somewhere. So yeah, it's been a wild ride trying to set everything up.
Where do you live, Henry?
I teach in a university, and I also run the fabrication lab there. So I do a lot of graduate research on like smart product or IoT product, or maybe sometime I help other researcher prototype some art installations.
You're in Canada, right?
Canada.
Yeah.
Yep. So I teach student 3D printing, CNC, how to make props, like basic props, things like that.
Nice.
So yeah, it's been fun. So hence you see props.
So how many 3D printers do you have to manage for that?
I think NomFam have some idea. I used to have 10. I got rid of one. So I got rid of another one today. So I'm down to 8, and I have about 5 operational, and 2 still sitting in a box, and 2 is still coming. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, I only got one coming.
Oh, you don't need that many. I mean, because like unless you really do like start doing like production stuff or like helping a class of student 3D print, like, or you're making props like Jerry or other people do. I mean, you don't really need that many. The only benefit of having more printer is like the time reduction. Instead of having like instead of taking like 5 hours to print something, it might, if you have 2 printer, you cut it down to half. You have a 3, then 1/3, right? So
it's great when you can add bandwidth. I'm all about that.
Oh, yeah. So, and and I really enjoy my printer, like especially my Prusa running all the time. The Creality, they are okay. Some of them are good, some of them are bad, but I still prefer Prusa.
I'll let you know how I feel about Prusa here, hopefully before my birthday. We'll see if it gets here in time.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
didn't make it for
Okay.
Christmas, so
Here's my Prusa
Wait.
banner.
Is it the Prusa Mini?
Mhm.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
So it was ordered back in October, and according to the time frame then when it was ordered, it was 8 weeks still delivery time, which would have put it at Christmas Eve. So it should have been here Christmas Eve. Well, then like everything, it was taking forever. And then today, Loyal got the email saying that it is finally shipping out. And when I looked in my FedEx app, because I don't know if you guys know this or not, but when you guys set up the FedEx app and you log into it, it remembers your address, and any package going to your address automatically shows up in your account. You don't even have to go and get the tracking number. So because it's coming to the U.S. and then because where I live at, DHL is not a primary delivery. It's coming FedEx once it gets stateside, or I'm assuming once it gets stateside, it'll be FedEx. It might be FedEx from start to finish for all I know. But it is just saying right now that tracking information hasn't been updated. So it just says it says tracking information has been created or label has been created, but it hasn't been, that's it.
Yeah. So let us know what you think about the Mini, because I feel like that's a great tiny little printer.
Yeah, I mean the price tag for it. I mean for what you're getting for the price, that's the more I think that's one of the more realistically priced Prusa printers. I'm not going to say. I mean, realistically, I could see the Mini being more of like a $250 to $300 printer. But I get that Prusa's got overhead and he's got the ecosystem that goes along with it. So I understand you pay a little bit more for that. So even taking that into consideration, there's no reason why the Mark III S Plus now, there's no reason that couldn't be a $550 printer. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
but you know that if they price it at $500, like they're not, they won't be able to keep up demand.
As it is, yeah, he'd be forget about it. He'd be gone at that point. Your orders would be 6 months.
You're paying for two things with Prusa. You're paying for quality parts, and you're paying for a brand. That's what you're getting with Prusa.
Well, it's that ecosystem.
With the filament runout sensor, the current price is $369. Shipping to here is $49.13, which is a total of $418.13. Because you got to have a filament runout sensor.
Creality has no service. That's why they're so cheap.
Dan, I think I speak for all of us when I say we all
and say, "Hey, there's something wrong with my printer. How do I fix it?" Like you can with a Prusa.
Hey, Jim, how you doing, buddy?
Mr.
Welcome to drop in and say hi. We got non-fam here, Jim.
Yeah.
Well, Dan, I think I speak for all of us when I say we all intensely look forward to seeing that Prusa in the background of your videos, not printing anything.
Hey,
yes.
I will have you know, I have been printing. Look, it's a bank.
Yes.
It's the Blinky bank.
Pac-Man Ghost.
I don't see how you're going to eat that.
Yeah, but
I don't say how I'm going to what?
You could have bought that on that. We didn't see
Don't you eat the ghosts? Like chomp, chomp, chomp?
Yeah, that's what he does. But no, it's like I said, this is in the the Jesse, the green slime glitter. It's got little wispies going on here that I got to get cleaned off, but it's not bad, especially since the filament's been sitting open for the last since I moved it out here. So for the last couple months now, it's just been sitting open in the room. I haven't had any kind of an enclosure with any kind of a humidity control. So I put it in the machine. I fired it up after I swapped out the hot end for another stock hot end because Sergio in that random box of goodies, there was a stock hot end for Creality. And I was like, well, I screwed up the heat block on this one and stripped the threads out a little bit. I was like, it's a whole block. I'll just swap it real quick. So 2 screws, pull it off, take the thermistor and the heater cartridge out, and then just the other one on. And then I realized why Sergio hadn't been using it. It was a little gummed up. So I took one of the those little cleaning filaments that he sent along too. I took one of those and ran it through there and let it cool down, and then just pulled out this big old nasty booger full of just nasty shit that was left in there. As soon as I did that, I started printing. It prints great now. I mean,
there's nothing wrong with those Creality hot ends. I really like how compact they are, and it's just those 2 screws. It's like a solid little thing.
Yeah, it's that whole, if you want to print high temp materials, it's that whole Bowden tube is the only setback. But for most of us, we're not printing, above 240 C, so we're fine. That's most people. Most people aren't printing anything more than ABS, which you can get away with 240 with most ABSs. So there's no reason for most people to have to upgrade to something else. If there's a legitimate reason, or you have the money and you just don't care, then do the upgrade. But if it's working, don't replace it. I mean, there's no reason. If it does what you need it to do, don't add the extra headache because there's no reason for it. I mean, there really isn't.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, you're not going to see any major improvement in print quality because you went from the Bowden tube hot end to a all metal hot end. If you're printing standard materials, if anything, you might see more issue going to an all metal because it requires more heat. In most cases, you find you run hotter with an all metal, and most people don't notice that. And then they just print, and it looks like shit, and they're mad. And it's like, I spent all this money, and now it doesn't work. It's like bump your temp about 5 to 10 degrees and see what happens. And then they do
that, right? It's like you have to take apart part of your printer, and when's it going to break? When you're working on it.
And then the part you were trying to replace, now you got to replace 2 more parts along the way because something else broke while you were digging in. So, but yeah, I mean, it's I only did it because I stripped out the heat block, and I could have just took the 2 screws out and pulled the whole thing out and then put the new heat block in off the other one and been back up and running just off those 2. But I was like, I'll just replace the whole thing. So I just tore it all apart and replaced the whole thing. It didn't put me out much, and I was already there. And I mean, it's the same damn part I took off, I put right back on. I mean, same red Creality standard, was it the Mark 8 or MK8 or whatever the hell they call it? Yeah. So same damn hot end that came off went back on. The only difference is that one doesn't have a stripped out heater or heat block. So, but no, I mean it's working great now. I've printed all those parts with it, and I had to reprint the ghost face part that gets glued in because at 100%, just like the body is at 100%, this part just falls right inside. Like here, look. I'll show you. Like here's the body, here's the face. And if you put it up here, if you wedge it just right, it'll sit there. But the problem is once you glue it in place, it just pops right. It'll start to fall in there. See?
Yeah.
So my fear was my wife starts, huh?
It doesn't have like a lip or nothing on the inside?
No, there's a lip, but it was when you printed this part at 100% to this part at 100%, this part fits just inside there. Like it's real fit around the edge here. So with some glue, it would probably work just fine. But because I don't trust it, and there's a lip there, I don't know if you guys can see it. Yeah, there's a little lip there.
Oh, that needs to be bigger.
Yeah. So the lip is big enough for this. Trust me, because all you need to do is put a little bit of glue on it, stick that in there, put some glue on it. I've already made her one of these, and my wife now wants apparently a bunch of these because she's got she filled one, and rather than just go cashing it at the bank when she's driving by, she just keeps it sitting there on the shelf holding all the money. So she's like, I need another bank. I'm like, all right, well, let me get one of the printers running, and then I'll do that, because the other printer and this is where I'll ask the collective, since you guys are here. The other ender, I had 2 thoughts, and I was going to do one of them tonight, but I'm thinking against that now because I like the other idea better. The one is I've got the Z extrusions off of the artillery, the Sidewinder X1. So that would put the Z height on the other ender at 400-ish, about 410, 415-ish. So my Z would be much higher. I don't, on that printer, see a need for something that big, but I've got the parts. They're free. It's just a matter of swapping, updating the firmware, and I'm done. And then I've got a mod under my belt that I was going to stream on the other channel. And I was like, I could do that, stream it there, kind of do the how-to, and people can follow along. If they like it, great. If not, well, hit the thumbs down and tell me I suck, and we'll move on, you know?
Well, I've already realized don't ask people about thumbs up and down, so.
Oh, I know. But the other thought was, I forget who the hell it was that showed me or sent me the link, but the link for somebody did a conversion kit to convert the Ender 3 and the Ender 3 Pro over to a switch wire. So it's all the printed parts modified to fit the Ender frame to give you the Z or the XZ instead of XY. You get an XZ.
Core XZ.
Yeah, Core XZ. So I was thinking that would be kind of cool. It's printed parts, and then they do recommend swapping out the motors for a different motor because you use more of the switch wire motor. I guess it's because of the fact of the way the gantry sits after you swap it. Instead of the gantry sitting flat, you're sitting the gantry on the Z. So now it's, you know, I mean, your kinematics is moving with or against gravity rather than flat. So
that's a noisy bag.
Yeah. So that was the other thought was doing the switch wire, which again takes a little bit of time and a little bit of money. But I figured if nothing else, when I get the Mini, I'll be doing that one on that channel anyway. I'll just do the put together or the build over there, and then we'll get up and running, do a little test print, show everybody it, and see what they think.
Hey, Zach.
Why do the Core XZ?
Zach, non-fam is here.
I'm with Llama on this one.
What's up?
Like, what is the point of doing that, except if you're going to be doing like weird surfacing or something?
No.
Yeah, no, and that's I mean, there's the only reason to do it is because I want to. I have the extra printer, and I haven't seen any videos on anybody using this guy's parts to make one. So it would kind of be like the first build guide on it, which might help with exposure on the channel as well. So it's kind of a win-win, I hope. You know, like I would do it because I wanted to, and in the process, the follow me video that I do that goes along with building it and the trouble that I have along the way could hopefully get more people interested.
It sounds like you're leaving that way anyway. So just have fun with it, right?
Henry.
Yeah, that was kind of the thought because I was going to call
Yeah, Henry, you wanted to say something about filament?
Nope. I was just
okay. All right.
You're just showing
I
off
was
a
just like,
color.
All right.
No. I'm just like prepping a print, so,
okay.
so I just have the filament in front of me.
My cutoff volcano nozzle works great.
Hey,
nice.
How did we just lose?
How did you get it like square enough? That's just smooth enough.
The hand file and very carefully.
Hey Zach, what time
do you know it's sealed in there?
That's PLA.
Yeah, that's PLA. It's PLA at 210 with fan full blast.
Hey Zach, how do you like that? How do you like the changes to your duct?
How do I like what?
The changes to your duct.
Oh, I have no idea. That wasn't mine. That's all Justin.
Oh, was it okay?
I was designing it for Justin.
Did he get one made?
Yeah, he made one. As far as I know, it works fine. He was having other issues with the printer though. I think he had some worn out steppers.
What? Justin have problems with printers?
Right.
No. That'd be like if you told me that 3D Printing Belgium had perfectly good working printers. You want me to buy that one too?
It's like saying, you know, Tom's going to screw up his printer that's working perfectly good. Of course I am.
Ronald got a perfectly good working printer that has no problems, and he's changing out parts. No shit.
Yeah.
So Matt, I was going to say earlier, I have a shitload of time now on these cables, and not a single sign of wear. Nothing.
Yeah, I was going to say, how is that thing holding up? I know you snapped those out just a couple months back.
I've got one 410 down because the right hand cable broke.
Yeah.
It's my first right hand one. My replacement went poorly. It's very difficult to get to. I've got a spare. I need to just get on with it, but I've been dragging my feet.
Yeah, I don't blame you. It's not the worst on this printer, but I can't imagine it's anything even close to enjoyable on the right side, especially.
The right side, the way it's buried, oh, dude, you can't get the leverage. You need to even get the old spindle off. And in the process of doing it, the cabling got just a hair loose on the bobbin, and so it's wrapped funny, and it just, it did not go well, and it's on my list of to-dos along with a whole bunch of other crap. So
yeah, that sucks.
My Core XY on the belts a while back, and they don't appear to be too tight. It was printing perfectly, but I got belt debris everywhere, just black crap.
Oh no.
And so I got to replace them again. And on that printer, it's really hard to tension them to get them in there and try to pull them tight, turn in the little screw, and then cut off the excess. And once you cut off the excess, you can't, it's hard to get in there, grab them, and pull them.
That's easily one of my favorite things about this design now that I've put the tensioners on the frame. Is tensioning my cables is so just mind-blowingly easy.
I wish I could on mine. I got a ZYLTECH Core XY.
Jared, have you seen how my belt tensioners work?
No, but please show me.
Oh, man. You're going to be jealous.
Yeah.
So, I don't know if you remember or not, but this is the string-driven printer. So I don't have belts. I have strings just like the Fusion F410.
Oh,
This
wow.
is braided Spectra fishing line.
Wow.
So that's my separate there in the bottom.
Wow.
So my tension is that little guy right there. So the string comes in the top and around, and then down around the middle and out the bottom. And you see that screw sticking out there?
Yeah.
I just tighten that screw. And tightening that screw pushes that center axle out and tensions it. And
love it.
How do the strings drive? Do they wind up on a gear or something?
Yeah, I'm going to show you from this side.
Yeah. Think about a bobbin.
Yeah.
And so you basically, so you know when if you get a bobbin with thread on it to sew with, right?
Yeah,
you basically have one long length of thread, and it starts at the bottom, and then they thread it all the way up to the top like a drum, right? Well, in this particular case, if you take the string and you fold it in half, and your starting point on the bobbin is at the halfway point of the thread, so the top, or the, in this case, the right-hand side wraps clockwise, and then the left-hand side wraps counterclockwise.
That's a good shot there.
Yeah, and so as it travels back and forth, it winds and unwinds itself on either side.
Zach, do you have little threads on that bobbin to keep the line from crossing over itself?
Yeah, I put threads on it. I might be running my little NEMA 8 a little too hard. It just
it sounds like it was not happy there for a second.
Yeah, suffice to say, it's one of those where the string drive, like it's the way Zach has his set up. It's definitely easier to rethread than the 410 is. The upside is that you don't have the elasticity and give of a rubber belt, and so you can run at higher speeds and still maintain really tight tolerance on it.
Yeah, I've got a pretty good bit of tension. Like the way I tension them is like tuning a guitar. I put the head in the center of the bed, and then I'll tweak them until they sound the same.
I tell you what, we finally got a guy on the 410 group who has redesigned the print carriage as well as the tensioners at the back of the printer.
Yeah,
and he's getting ready to get a whole batch of them done, all CNC depth. So we'll get to drop the 3D printed parts and swap over to those on stoves.
Nice.
Onto those, yeah, it'll make a big difference.
So Zach, have you got it to the point where it's just printable and consistently printable time after time after time?
Oh yeah, I don't mess with it at all, man. Once I get a good profile for my extrusion, I won't touch it.
Nice.
It homes perfect every time. Once I have the nozzle offset set, that homes perfect every time because I have the 3-point active leveling.
Yes. Right.
Man, it is just bomb proof.
Yeah.
It is absolutely bomb proof. It is all dependent on your extrusion.
Part. Like they auto level really well. You just very rarely do you ever have to mess with it. Just click print, go.
Yeah, I wish I had a different tensioner system on mine, but I don't like the way it's set up on the back of the hot end. You get feedback from somewhere.
What do you have?
Don't go in behind the hot end, they loop back on themselves. You pull them tight, and it's got a little set screw that just barely moves, I don't know, 2 or 3 centimeters to full tension on it. It's kind of a pain in the butt. My next,
what is that, an Evolution?
I'll show you on the stream.
Jerry, is that a Hypercube Evolution?
Yes.
I'm going to be really getting into doing some weird shit with my Hevo design, which you can see right here behind me.
Okay.
I'm considering going to cables instead of belts on it soon. And if I do get around to doing that project, I'll shoot you those files.
Okay, cool. I would love to be able to modify it and make it better, yeah. The reason I bought it, well, first off, I wanted the Hypercube, and since I'm an affiliate with ZYLTECH, I got a huge discount on their price. It was normally like $750, and I got a huge discount on it, so it was worthwhile. It's all 30-30 extrusion, I believe. Yeah, it's all
30-30.
30-30, and then a bed is 20-20, yeah.
Yeah.
Man, ZYLTECH is making a ton of money off of me right now. Holy shit.
Oh, on your extrusions?
Yeah, well, no, not even extrusions. I'm getting Masumi extrusions for my work printers. We're buying like almost $1,000 worth of rails and ball screws from them.
Are you using a code like this to save 15% on your whole order?
I don't know if they will because it's a business-to-business order.
Anybody that uses that code will get 15% off their whole order.
Try it.
Check.
That's my affiliate code. Just type in 3DHP at checkout and you get 15% off.
Well, here's the thing. They're sending us an invoice because we needed 600mm extrusions and they didn't have them listed on the site, but they had them in stock. Okay. So, like, literally, we sent over an order sheet and they're sending us an invoice.
Okay.
I'll ask purchasing if they can use a discount code on it. Or if they can, I'll tell them to throw that on there.
Yeah, they shouldn't matter. So, But yeah, it's an affiliate code for me, and I think 15% is a huge savings. I buy from them PLA and PETG quite a bit when I can afford to. But yeah,
listen, this is what we're getting from ZYLTECH. We're getting 600 millimeter. I think it's 1204 ball screws and the nuts that go with them.
Wow.
We're getting 600 millimeter MGN 12s. We're getting 4 500s and like 2 470s or something. So we're getting just a stack of just movement parts from them, and there's a bunch of other stuff we're getting as well.
I had them on as a guest about a month ago, and they went through their warehouse. They got tons of extrusion. They got miles of it.
Yeah.
So anyway.
Yeah, at 4:18, I think I'm going to call it quits unless anybody has anything they want to talk about real quick. We can go another 10 minutes, but.
Well, I'm still looking for somebody who can do some small scale filament extrusion. So if anybody out there has a machine.
You're going to have to do it yourself, dude.
I'm trying not to.
I know. Because it ain't easy.
Well, that's why, I'm hoping that there's somebody out there who's a pro at it, who wouldn't mind working with us to try to do a really cool thing. We haven't told anybody what that thing is just yet.
Have you reached out to Philistrator?
I was going to say, did you try to the Philistrator group on Facebook or something? You might get one of them.
That's a great idea.
We got a couple of groups on Facebook for it.
I don't know if you saw where I was talking about it or not, but I'm building a pair of Hevo RTs for work on the Works DOM.
Yeah.
415 by 415 by 490 with dual BMG mosquitoes, Duet 3 and tool boards with CAN bus, AC heater, full aluminum enclosure.
And building job security as well at the same time. Yep. Nobody else will know how to fix the damn thing. Excellent.
Well, I mean, nobody else there knows how to run the damn thing. But it was one of those things where the owner of the company is just like mystified by it. He's like, and you can build a machine for how much? I told him, I was like, I can build a world-class machine for about $5,000. And he's like, I don't care what it costs. If it's good, if it's that much, build me 2 of them.
Okay.
Okay.
You're like, I can build you 2 of them, definitely. And then there's a third one that magically appears in your office at home.
I wanted to keep it under $5,000. I didn't want to go too crazy.
Discount to get a
I
third
could
one.
have easily spent another $1,500 on it. I went with the ZYLTECH rails. I could have gone Masumi or Highwind, and I went E3D steppers, and I could have went ClearPath servos, the ClearPath NEMA 23 servos that he's tested on the Hevo RT. That is just bad shit crazy. But those suckers are $300 a piece, and I don't think they work with the Duet 3 yet. Anyway.
I don't think they do they?
No, you can control them with a step and dir signal, but I don't think you can bust that out on the Duet 3 right now.
When you get independent noise interference on the signal line.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Alrighty. Well, thank you everybody for joining me. I really appreciate it. Non-fam, it was awesome. Henry Lynn, thank you for stopping in.
Thank you.
Mike Lama, David Petzel, Dan, Zach, I appreciate it. Matt, and yeah, it's been awesome. I really appreciate it, guys, and I'll see you on the next one. Probably 2 or 3 days. I'm not really sure when, and I'm having a special guest on next week, and there might be one later this week. Horny Mike, have you ever seen the show Count Customs here in Las Vegas on the Discovery Channel? Horny Mike, one of the guys on there, might be on. So we'll wait and see.
Oh, sweet.
Nice.
I guess he showed interest in possibly being
Nice.
on as a guest, so he may be on. So anyway,
That's
I'm going
cool.
to click each one of you guys out. Thank you very much. And you do it. Thank you very much for the $10. I really appreciate it. So you guys all have a good night. Thank you.
Hey, thanks everybody. It was good seeing you.
We bleep everybody out here. Thank you guys.
Nice.
Hey Dan, why don't you start one up?
Take care, non-fam. Thank you.
Oh, he's already gone.
Yeah.
Let's see. We're getting down. Let's see. One more. There he goes. One more. Where's Zach at? There goes Zach. Well, yeah. Hey, everybody for watching. I thank you very much. I've been streaming for 4 hours and 23 minutes. I think I just made it over 2,000 subs. I really appreciate it. When I get closer to 2,500, I'll get a hold of a lot of companies and we'll have some cool giveaways. But please like, subscribe, share this stream. And Non-Fam was on. That is so awesome. We got to meet Non-Fam. So hopefully he'll do this a lot more and pop up on other streams. So thank you very much, everybody. Take care. Happy printing.